budget, particularly in a context of persistent economic pressures, growing service delivery demands, and the imperative for inclusive growth. Colleagues, I am not going to waste time. I'm going to request on the apologies, and then we'll give National Treasury 30 to 45 minutes to do their presentation. And I'm going to request members that when we deliberate, we must not prolong the deliberations, but we must keep it to at least 5 minutes per member, because this is not our first meeting. We had this meeting, engagements were done, and some of the discussions will also be referred to and be thoroughly discussed in our portfolio committee meetings. So each member will be given 5 minutes. The department will be given 45 minutes maximum to give us the report, the presentation. Mr. Nodada.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning, co-chairpersons and honorable members present. Good morning, deputy ministers and DJ, together with colleagues. Chairperson, from the Select Committee on Appropriations, we have 2 apologies, Mr. Swartz and Mr. Khadebe. Those apologies are also applicable to the Select Committee on Finance. With respect to the Standing Committee on Appropriations and Standing Committee on Finance, there are no apologies, Chairperson. We also received an apology from the Northern Cape, Chair, from the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, Chairperson, Honorable Musia, and the committee. They are not present today, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The apologies are noted. Right away, let me welcome you, Minister. Before that, I see the hand of Honorable Mautwe.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I've got no intention of delaying the meeting, but I just want to raise this point that this meeting is said to be physical and not hybrid. The program was sent by the chairperson of the committee some weeks ago, which requested inputs from members. We, as the EFF, wrote to the chairperson, who then responded with a new program. And that program says today's sitting is physical. And to confirm that, even on our WhatsApp group of SCOF, there is no link for virtual. So these arrangements that you, chairperson, make with the minister is very wrong, because maybe some of us would have also liked to attend virtually, but because of the importance of this meeting, we're all here. So why is the minister giving a preference of being on virtual platform, which none of us is aware of? It's very wrong, and please, it must not continue. We wrote a specific letter to say all meetings must be physical. We responded with a program that says physical. So why are you changing now? Please.
Your point is noted, Honorable Mautwe, but unfortunately with the NCOP, Committees on Finance and Appropriation, we know their meeting has to be hybrid. That is why we do not have some of our members physical in the meeting today. But I think this is a point that we will discuss as joint chairpersons going forward. The communique that you have in the NA is not the communique that we had in the NCOP. We planned for hybrid sessions. Colleagues, Honorable Tambo, then Honorable Brian Molefe. And then also let me register the apology from the co-chairperson, Maswanganye. And I'm sorry, co-chairpersons, for not recognizing you earlier. Good morning. Honorable Maswanganye will leave the meeting at 2:00 if we are not done. Honorable Tambo.
No, thank you, Chair. I'm glad that you said that we may not be done at 2:00 and proceed further, because I think we must register that we do not agree that we've had this meeting before as a correct characterization of what we're deliberating on. I don't think it's correct for us to consider this meeting a continuation of a process that happened before. I think we must approach it as dealing with a new budget, a new fiscal framework and revenue proposals. And I would appreciate leniency, and I'm raising it in the beginning now because I know that we might want to go beyond 5 minutes. And if the limitation of 5 minutes to inputs is based on the fact that we've engaged the previous fiscal framework and revenue proposals, I think it's incorrect to characterize what we're seized with today as part and parcel of a process that happened before. That process was set aside by the Western Cape High Court. And let's deal with it as a fresh fiscal framework, as a new budget, and allow as much input as possible. Thank you very much.
Your point is noted, Honorable Pambo, but colleagues, like I said, I partly agree with you, but like I said, there are more meetings that are going to take place. We still have committee meetings that we need to attend to, which this will not be the last meeting that we'll attend to deliberate on issues. Honorable Molefe.
Chair, I don't think matter is that on the 20th of May this year, we did not have a budget at all. And we all understood that the budget process is starting de novo, which means from the beginning, right from the beginning, as if there was nothing before. So I agree with Honorable Tembo that this is a new budget and a new budget process. So we cannot deal with it as if we had a budget on the 20th of May. We did not. The process started again on the 21st when the minister presented his budget speech. Secondly, this meeting is called a presentation by the minister to the committees, standing committee and to the NCOP committee on finance. It is very startling. It's actually, it's surprising that this being the minister's meeting to present to us his budget, he's not present, is only available online. I mean, I don't know why we had to be dragged here if the minister is not going to be here. Why were we not told that he will not be here and for us to consider our options? Because we came here hoping to see the minister physically and engage with him. It is very different to be online, especially if you are the main subject of the meeting. I think, Chair, this is not a very light matter. I think that it is a matter that we need to reflect on. Very carefully, especially given that this is a new budget process. It's starting de novo. It's as if there is no budget. Thank you.
The last hand will be Honorable Squati's hand.
Thanks, Chair. I was actually going to suggest that let's stop engaging in semantics and start with the meeting, particularly because members need more time to really reflect on the matters or business of the day. So we're engaging in semantics. The minister is not here. Apology has been given, and I request that we start with the meeting. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Sikwati, but it must be recorded very clear that I have nothing to hide. I have nothing to be defensive of. What I was referring to was how the meeting will be conducted. And I said I partly agree with Honorable Pambo. That's why I raised an issue that it will be important that some of the issues must be taken to the meetings that will still be sitting after this meeting. It's not as if somebody's disputing anything. So when we engage colleagues, let's engage in good faith and try to, if we are to be honest to ourselves, members, it is our first meeting that we prepare for this meeting to take place for at least 4 hours. We've been having a 3-hour meetings. So today we are starting at 10 o'clock to 2 o'clock because we wanted to create space for members to be able to deliberate. Previously, it has been 3 hours. So it must not be as if one is being unreasonable when requesting that members should at least take 5 minutes, because it would be unfair to say to members they can speak in as much as they would want to. It's not the first thing that happens in the meeting, but I was just trying to direct the meeting so that the meeting goes accordingly. Honorable Van Rooyen, kindly, colleagues, after Honorable Van Rooyen, let's allow the meeting to continue. We'll give to the minister and then we'll take it from there.
Thank you very much, Chair, and let me pass my greeting to other chairpersons there, but also to the leadership of National Treasury, led by the Minister in absentia. Chair, I think it's important that as much as you insist that we should proceed with this meeting, it's important that the seriousness of this meeting should not be reduced to just a compliance exercise. This meeting objective inter alia is to accord the minister an opportunity to come and take those of us who are deployed in these committees by respective political parties as voted for by the masses of our people. So what has been done by the minister is completely wrong. And he knows it very well that this is a physical meeting. And I think there is a pattern and a trend to that. As to why he opted not to be physically here is quite disturbing. And I want to really, on behalf of MK Party, convey our dissatisfaction, but also a clear message to Minister that it's no longer business as usual, where you'll undermine processes of a budget because you know that you'll be defended. No. And I'll want also to submit to this House that to show our seriousness on the attendance of the minister, I'll want to suggest to the members of parliament seated in this meeting that we postpone this meeting because this is a show of disrespect by the minister. And I will appreciate if members consider this particular suggestion seriously, because I think we should portray a clear message to our people also. Thank you.
Your concern is registered, colleagues, but it's going to be very difficult for me to rule on that matter. Because like I said, we have two houses of parliament. In the NA, you knew that the meeting is physical. In the National Assembly, we were told all the time, even members of parliament, some of them are joined virtual because we knew that this is a hybrid meeting. For the postponement, I think I cannot rule on that matter because the invitation that we got, the preparations we made as committees of finance and appropriations in the NCOP is that of a hybrid meeting. Honorable Ryder, I saw your hand.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chair, yes, I just want to say we have got two ministers present here, and I think we appreciate their attendance. We've got the DG from Treasury and many senior officials here. We've become used to having virtual meetings. In fact, we were forced into that through COVID, and we've run very successful meetings and engagements for quite some time. So I don't think that there should really be a problem. Whether the minister's here or he's not here, we're still going to get the same answers. It's not going to change his answers, I don't think. And, you know, it's normal for parliamentary meetings to have certain restrictions and limitations on how long members have to interrogate or to have a platform to ask their questions and so on. I think 5 minutes is more than adequate generally. So, Chair, I would like to suggest that noting the time constraints with processing the fiscal framework, I think that we should push ahead. Treasury is well represented, as is the ministry. So, Siapambili, Ritswilopele. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, colleagues. I request that I give the minister a chance, and then any other member that would come. Do you want to come on the House rules? Colleagues, I'm going to give each of you that is raising a hand a minute to talk on the matter on the table. Honorable Des, Honorable Mauto, Honorable Ryan.
No, I just wanted to correct my colleague. I know the temptation is to elevate MEC to ministers, but there's no minister here. We're having two deputy ministers. So that don't mislead the nation, please.
Colleagues, this is a formal meeting of parliament. The meeting is in hybrid. Everybody that is on the virtual platform and everybody that is physically in the house are present in today's meeting. This is a hybrid meeting of the Joint Committees on Finance. Honorable Mautwe.
No, thank you, Chair. I think Honorable Des put a motion forward, which we need to deliberate on. And it's not going to help you if you want to suppress that. It's a motion that says, let's debate this matter of the minister. And I'm going back to my point that I made earlier that we take time, we write letters, we're invited to engage on the program. We write letters. The chairperson of the committee, with full authority given to him by parliament, responds with a letter with his signature on it. The minister can't undermine that because he's undermining the entire committee. We're sitting with the letter of the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Finance that says today's meeting is fiscal. What you guys do in the NCOP It's your baby. But here in the NA, the letter signed by the chairperson says this meeting is virtual, is physical. The last time we had this meeting, Chair, of the budget that has now fallen, the provinces were here. They flew down to Cape Town to engage on this matter. The minister was here because he understood the importance of this meeting. What has now changed today? That honorable member who speaks about deputy ministers who are in the house, these people don't have power of anything. When the minister is out of the country, Stella Ndabeni acted as the Minister of Finance in your presence, you too. So if you had powers, where was those powers of the minister not delegated to you? You've got no powers of anything. You're not going to be able to take any decisions here. Chair, we want the minister to be in this house. Let's postpone this meeting, call the minister to come here. He's busy going around addressing other platforms and not addressing this sitting. He knew about this meeting long time ago. And it's been the tradition of Parliament that every time after the budget has been tabled, the minister comes before the portfolio committee meeting. He must come here. We want the minister to come here. Thank you.
Before giving to Honorable Maimani, Honorable Mautwe, I don't think it's correct for you to say the business of the NCOP is our business and it has nothing to do with you. We are having a joint meeting today. We are part of this meeting and we also prepared thoroughly for the meeting, considering that the rules for both the houses of Parliament allows for a hybrid sitting of meetings to happen. So it will not be the way you think it has to be. It's not about the NA. We are also a house of Parliament and as the NCOP. And maybe I should take you through that even the venue for this meeting was not accommodated for. It was the NCOP.
Chair, let me
No,
reiterate
no,
that it's not
no.
necessary for you to be defensive.
I'm not being defensive,
No,
and
you are
I'm not going to,
defending-
I'm
you
not
are
going to
defending
allow
things
you
that
to
do
do.
not affect you.
Honorable Molefe, I'm going to request that we respect each other. We're not going to do that. If you want to talk, I've said you will talk after Honorable Mautwe. You are not going to interject when I talk. I'm going to request that we respect each other. Like Honorable Maimani, you wanted to respond before Honorable Molefe.
Thank you, Chairperson, and honorable members and members of National Treasury. It is fair to say there's been a historical practice as to how these meetings were convened. Let me highlight the historical practice. This meeting used to take place on a Thursday, post caucuses, and it used to be shortened because the National Assembly had a meeting at 2 o'clock. We then correctly moved it to a Friday so that we can give it its appropriate time, given the new time considerations. So I think that's the first acknowledgement that says that the adjustment was made so that the engagement can be fulfilled. The second issue is that the other due consideration, now I speak on behalf of the Standing Committee on Appropriations. It is common cause that we have been struggling to secure venues all the way through. We have lived with the principle that says that we accept meetings that are both hybrid and physical. We have taken that view because there are two issues that are on the table. At some level, there's a cost containment issue that says that we need to ensure that when we deal with hybrid, we don't have to travel backwards and forwards to deal with. And the second one is that given the nature of this meeting, this accommodates in principle 4 committees, 2 in the National Assembly and 2 in the National Council of Provinces. Therefore, in the light of that, even if you had the whole day, it would be improbable to be able to have all the inputs in the full length that they are. This is not to suppress members. This is about ensuring that the agenda of the day is the focused one that says, how do we deal with the briefing post the budget? What the chairperson is also alluding to when he says, the Division of Revenue Bill, the Appropriations Bill, and the respective legislature will serve in all the 4 committees individually, to which then the deeper interrogation of other issues will go into that. I want to also speak principally. Honorable members, we are on Budget 3.0. Yes, we have 2 duties as members of Parliament. The first is to represent our constituents. The second is also to have the trusteeship of this nation's fiscal sustainability. In the light of that, I want to plead with members that a postponement of a meeting that has been customary, it is fine to note a concern, but the customary nature of hybrid meetings has been taking place. A postponement of any nature, the National Council of Provinces is considering the appropriations bill and the division of revenue bill on the 30th of July. A postponement in principle means that if that deadline also, it cannot be shifted. So I want to plead that in this instance, we also recognize our trusteeship of the financial sustainability of our country in where we go. I have respect for both the minister, the deputy ministers, and the team that is here. And therefore, as perhaps maybe part of the new reality of the world as we have it, hybrid is part of that world. And I would urge that from a standing committee of appropriations point of view, this meeting was established as a hybrid one. Whilst I might accept that maybe in another committee a different issue was on the table, you can be assured that as we seek out venues in the next number of weeks, this challenge is going to be part of the reality with which we want to work. So, Honorable Member, I respect the inputs that have been put here. Can I urge and request that, noting the objection and some of the points that members have taken, which I take on board, but I would ask that we proceed. I think that if we don't proceed, we miss out on the opportunity to be able to do the hard work that must happen post facto, not only today, but also post facto in being able to process the budget. So, Chairperson, I want to appeal in that regard. Thank you.
Honorable Molefe.
Chair, yesterday there was a breakfast meeting at which the minister was present in person to business. So I don't understand what is difficult for the minister to have been present at a meeting of the 4 committees of parliament to discuss the budget. I would beg, Chair, that we give the minister an opportunity to come physically before these committees and speak to us so that we can engage with him. We can engage with him in person. Kanama, Chairperson. I would therefore appeal to you, Chairperson, without you being very defensive, that let us call the minister to come here and account to these committees, as this is a new budget process. Thank you.
Honorable Sete.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I just would like to put it to you to advise that we cannot allow a situation where this sitting is reduced to being open for a debate that is not there, that was not planned for. We can't be seen now debating the significance of presence and a person who's present on a hybrid. And we are all aware that there's nothing that is unlawful about a person present on both platforms. So we are unable to allow this meeting to be reduced to that. If we are going to be allowing that, then comrades, or not comrades, but members must then substantiate then what is the difference. And unfortunately, this is even not the platform. You can't now want us to listen to how important a person's presence is in their absence. Secondly, we can't be seen here also undermining powers, which person or which ministry has which powers. The fact that the ministry is here together with the team that is supposed to answer and elaborate all things budget 3.0, then this meeting must continue. Can we proceed, Chair?
Honorable Swart, I'm only allowing you because you've not spoken.
It's actually Brits, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, this meeting is governed by the joint rules of Parliament. The joint rules is applicable. It makes provision for virtual, and I propose, let's proceed, please.
Honorable Beasley, then Honorable Tambo, your last take on.
Chair, as one of the few rational, constructive, pragmatic political parties in this House, I urge that we continue. Thank you.
Honorable Tambo.
No, thank you, Chair. I think we must register our strong displeasure on the minister's absence. It's his meeting. He's the one who's supposed to present here. It's disrespectful, it's undermining of the process, and it's unnecessary. The logic that we're living in a new age, and there's about 20 additional chairs here. There isn't a venue challenge relating to the minister's absence. The minister's absence is not a venue issue. It's an issue of him not taking us seriously as the Standing Committee on Finance, Standing Committee on Appropriations, and the NCOP. I would appreciate it if there was a serious challenge that there's no seating for the minister here. There is. So he's chosen to address us and listen to our concerns around the budget he presented 2 days ago from the luxury of his home. It's not a law question, it's an ethical question, it's a question of accountability, it's a question of respect. We've taken our time to come here Fiscal, and we register our displeasure. You can make a ruling that we're proceeding, that we're not postponing. We're not offended by that. We're offended by the absence of the minister. It's meaningful, it's significant. And the concerns raised by members here should not be dismissed as if they're semantic. They're not semantic. If it was semantic, then the minister should have addressed the budget on Wednesday from the home as well. Could have addressed us from home. Why did we convene a sitting? That the last two budgets cost 1.4 million. Why don't we just make all of the budget sittings hybrid? We understand the significance of the budget. And this process is also as significant as the presentation of the budget. So we register our displeasure. We're offended by the disrespect. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. I think all the concerns raised were registered or are registered and recorded. I would like to give time to the minister to take the stage and address honorable members and lead the presentation. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Greetings to all chairpersons, members of the committee, the leadership of National Treasury. Let me apologize for the inconvenience concerned. I have budgeted to be in this committee on Thursday. That's why I addressed a meeting in the morning of business. It was a breakfast meeting. But I was informed the meeting is on Friday. And at the same time, the NEDLAC presentation, I do two presentations of a budget, this committee and the NEDLAC presentation. And I had a doctor's appointment, which I communicated to one of the chairpersons, who then took to all other chairpersons, that in between these two meetings, I should be able to honor my doctor's appointment, because I moved my doctor's appointment to a Friday because I had the thinking that this meeting normally follows the budget on Thursday. To that extent, I apologize. And I must make the point, it's not the first time that we have had this interaction. I've had this interaction with the committee virtual. The only time where the committee took exception was when I went to G20, and there was no minister representing me at the time, and we apologize for that. Even now, because of this inconvenience, I do apologize, but there's a better background and context to it, in the sense that this meeting normally sits on Thursday, and in my view, I penciled Thursday as the meeting, and then I was informed it's on Friday. And I also have NEDLAC also is on Friday. So I've got to tend to both. Immediately at 2 o'clock, I've got to go to we've got to log off and address NEDLAC. That's also my request, chairpersons. If we're going to finish at 2, we must be able to address NEDLAC exactly at 2 with the same team. Having said all of that, let me accept that the budget itself and this contentious discussion now reflects the kind of contentious, the budget itself has been contentious largely because of the revenue proposals. We have attempted in this budget, in the light of all of these discussions, to take into account, as we have said, not only members of the House, but the general comment by the public. And in doing so, agreed to reverse the 0.5% increase. As the team will show, this also happened at the same time as the revision of the growth outlook. Those two effects have occasioned a substantial reduction in revenue. That's what we will be talking about. That substantial reduction in revenue has required that we do additional small adjustment on the revenue side. But primarily, we had to moderate our ambitions. I must make the point, moderate our ambitions, because our ambitions, what we're talking about, has been to increase rather than to cut budgets. On the 12th, we're increasing the budget by 232 billion, and we're still increasing the budget by 180.1 billion. So we've moderated our ambitions, but we're still increasing. And that is generally to deal with the impact on social service, particularly in provinces. Linked to that, we make the point that this budget is also not losing sight of the bigger picture of macroeconomic stability and fiscal sustainability. We also say that the budget is redistributive. If you look at the amount of non-interest spending going to social wages, is 1%. And thirdly, changing the composition of expenditure towards infrastructure and in a way stimulate growth. I would ask the deputy ministers and the DG to take the lead in making the presentation. Once again, given the context I've given you, I apologize for the inconvenience but I have given a context to it. Thank you.
Is there any input from the deputy ministers before I give to the DG? DG, over to you.
Thank you, Honourable Chairs and Honourable Members. Good morning. And thank you again for this opportunity to present to the committees here today. I just want to ensure that the screen is projected. Okay. Thank you again, Honourable Chairs. My name is Duncan Peterson. I'm the DG of the Treasury, and I'm joined here by the Treasury team seated behind me. And then, of course, the colleagues from SARS are here, the Commissioner and other colleagues. And we look forward to sharing this with you today. This is the overview slide, and we have a similar slide at the end of the presentation. So I will skip this slide and go straight into the details of the presentation and come back to a summary towards the end. As always, we start our fiscal framework by thinking about the macroeconomic forecast, and in that regard, we always start with the global outlook. And all the honourable members here will know that over the last few months, near-term growth prospects for the world have worsened, with the medium-term outlook expected to remain below historical averages. There have been broad-based GDP downgrades across many countries, reflecting the impact of the changing trade policies, heightened uncertainty, and deteriorating sentiment. There is some disinflation in certain countries, which has prompted central banks to pause policy rate cuts. And if persistent, that will feed into policy divergences. German and Chinese governments have offered fiscal support to the economies, and the potential trade diversification in response to the trade tensions could provide a potential offset. However, structural constraints such as low productivity and aging populations limit long-term growth in many countries, and the current medium-term growth projections are well below the historical average. So the summary here is that relative to only a few months ago, the global growth environment is substantially less supportive to South Africa. On the next slide, we move to our macroeconomic projection. We project growth of 1.4% in 2025, with the medium term marginally lower as a result. We, of course, know that we had growth last year of 0.6%, and this in combination with that weaker than expected GDP outcome in the second half of 2024, as well as the deteriorating global outlook I just spoke to, has resulted in us lowering our forecast for 2025. Medium-term growth is expected to average 1.6% from 25 to 2027, which is weaker than our previous forecast in the March budget of 1.8%. Gross domestic expenditure growth has also been lowered on account of notable revisions in fixed investment and government consumption. And we also expect net exports projected to detract from growth a bit more than in our previous forecast. The areas that could provide support to growth, of course, include continued progress in structural reform implementation, a continued commitment to prudent macroeconomic policy, and dealing with some of the domestic uncertainty to unlock investor confidence. What are some of the domestic risks? Both domestic and global risks are skewed to the downside. On the domestic side, the logistics challenges remain a constraint. There are some unfunded spending pressures or the materialization of contingent liabilities that could undermine the fiscal strategy and weaken the outlook. The upside risks domestically include persistently weak inflation and continued greater than expected withdrawals from the two-pot retirement system could boost consumer spending power and therefore household consumption, which is the biggest contributor to GDP, as well as a rapid uptake of renewable energy investment by the private sector and municipalities, which could drive stronger growth outcomes. On the global side, new trade barriers may raise inflation and prolong higher interest rates, while tighter financial conditions heighten debt distress risks in emerging and developing economies. And of course, we are watching the geopolitical tensions quite closely because of their potential impact on global supply chains. There are also heightened concerns over escalating protection, geopolitical tensions. There are limited upside risks, but they do include potential growth from accelerated structural reforms in the rest of the world. Our medium-term economic or growth strategy remains anchored by 4 priorities. Those are listed there: maintaining macroeconomic stability, implementing structural reforms, building state capability, and the Minister mentioned this in his opening remarks, investing in growth-enhancing public infrastructure. We believe that a predictable economic environment, which reduces susceptibility to our macroeconomic shocks, actually supports economic growth that then facilitates a reduction in poverty and inequality. We've spoken for a long time about the structural reform agenda and the fact that South Africa has a structural growth problem, and so the efforts of Operation Vulindlela and other efforts are very important. State capability, which is now has an added dimension of the digital transformation agenda, and we launched the digital transformation roadmap 2 weeks ago, which is a very important part of enhancing state capability. And then finally, we'll spend some time talking about investments in growth-enhancing infrastructure. I just spoke about Operation Vulindlela, which continues to deliver on an ambitious set of reforms in the second phase. In phase two, we are adding, in addition to a continued focus on the existing reforms and following through on those and ensuring that they are finalized, we are adding 3 new priority areas in local government. We are focusing on institutional governance and financial reforms to address the root causes of deteriorating performance in municipalities, and in particular, the utility businesses of those municipalities. In terms of spatial inequality, there are a number of reforms that focus on creating dynamic cities to support growth and generate employment. And then I spoke earlier about the digital transformation agenda, which also has a focus through the payments work that we are doing with the Reserve Bank and the South African Revenue Services on expanding financial inclusion. I said I would come back to infrastructure reforms and what the progress there has been. And we want to highlight 5 areas in this regard. Firstly, over the medium term, the budget makes just over R1 trillion in allocations to public infrastructure, with major allocations to roads, energy, and water and sanitation. The main budget also adds 33.7 billion for infrastructure projects over the medium term. And a major component of that is the additions to PRASA for their signaling investments so that we can start running trains more frequently, expand access to public transport, in particular to working class and lower income households, and reduce the cost of transport. On the institutional reform side, a single structure overseen by the Treasury is being established currently to coordinate state participation in project preparation and planning, as well as PPPs, funding and credit guarantees. It will consolidate 2 units that are currently in GTAC, which is a government component that reports to the Minister of Finance, that coordinates PPPs and capital appraisals with the infrastructure fund in the DBSA. We have gazetted earlier changes to PPP earlier this year. We gazetted changes to PPP regulations. Those have been streamlined and those take effect in June. So just in a few days, reducing approval requirements for projects below 2 billion. We've also established a clear framework to receive and process unsolicited PPP bids from the private sector. And we have draft manuals and guidelines to support several PPPs in several sectors, including water and transport. On the budgeting side, SOEs, public entities and municipalities will fund around 72% of total public sector capital investment from their budget. For this particular year, we have shifted from the historical practice where the budget facility for infrastructure only sits once a year. We now have 4 windows per year in order to strengthen the pipeline. And in this budget, the BFI has approved 9 projects with a total value of 55 billion, of which 15.3 billion is funded by the facility, because the facility focuses on viability gap funding, and those include hospital projects and projects in transport, logistics, including 2 projects for Transnet, and then a non-revenue water project in eThekwini. Finally, the 2025 budget also introduces a performance-based conditional grant for certain trading service entities that provides basic services such as municipal water, and this is to incentivize turnaround of those areas in municipalities. The government's fiscal strategy remains very much on track, and the target there was to ensure that we have a debt stabilizing primary budget surplus, which we have been slowly building towards over the last few years. We have this year a primary budget surplus of 0.8% of GDP, rising to 2.1% in the outer year of the framework. And this means for the first time since the late 2000s, we are actually consistently delivering primary budget surpluses where revenue is greater than non-interest expenditure. The last time we were able to do this was in 2008, 2009, and this is a very important sign of improving fiscal health. We are also starting consultation processes on fiscal anchors, and we've published a discussion paper in this regard so that we can embed fiscal reforms over the longer term. We are also proposing well-considered tax policy measures and other revenue revisions. Government is proposing 18 billion in additional tax revenue measures in 25-26, as well as penciling in 20 billion for the 2026 budget, which we will get back to later. And then we are also expecting 4 billion in revenue from the sale of strategic oil reserves, which will flow in 25-26. Finally, the changing in the composition of spending is very important in order to lift long-term growth. 33.7 billion is added to infrastructure plans over the medium term. And as always, we maintain our focus on ensuring that around 60% of consolidated non-interest spending go to the social wage. We are also undertaking various reforms to improve the efficiency of infrastructure financing and to build a pipeline of blended finance projects. I spoke about the changes to the BFI earlier, and there are allocations to early retirement without penalties. We are proposing in this budget, as the Minister indicated, a 74.4 billion revision of non-interest expenditure over the medium term, which then funds 180 billion in spending pressures over the medium term. And that is what is shown in that table. So around 33 billion of that over the medium term is going to infrastructure projects, which includes the budget facility for infrastructure. It includes the additions to PRASA to bring down the cost of public transport and improve accessibility. And it also includes the metro trading services reform I spoke to earlier. There's 23 billion over the medium term that's been allocated to cater for the recently signed public service wage agreement and the carry-through costs thereof. The early retirement costs for departments that are struggling with their COE amounts to 5.5 billion over the medium term. And in the current year, that will mainly target the Department of Defense, who has expressed a great interest in taking advantage of early retirement. We've also have the allocation for the Social Relief of Distress Grant in 25-26. Honourable members will note there that 26-27 and 27-28 is not listed, but it is in the framework as a provisional allocation. So the SRD grant remains in the framework. We are also proposing to retain the above inflation increases in social grants in 25-26. Those were originally there to offset VAT. Those have been retained for 25-26, but are being removed for 26-27 and 27-28 because of the removal of VAT. We are making additions to SARS, which comes in two forms. There are baseline additional allocations of 4 billion over the medium term, which this budget announces. And then there's another 3.5 billion, which was announced at the time of the MTBPS, bringing the total additions to SARS to 7.5 billion. And then there are a range of provisional allocations to frontline services and other spending additions. On the tax side, the tax proposals will raise 18 billion in 25-26, as I indicated earlier. The VAT rate increases and the zero rating proposals in the March budget have been withdrawn. The main items that make up the tax measures now include no adjustment to the personal income tax brackets and rebates, an inflationary increase in the general fuel levy, above inflation increases in excise duties on alcohol and tobacco products, and diesel refund relief for the primary sectors. We are also proposing, as the Minister indicated, around 20 billion in revenue to be raised, not in this budget, but in the next budget. So we are penciling this in for the next budget. However, as the Minister indicated in his speech, These measures will be reconsidered if SARS is able to raise additional revenue through more efficient tax administration and higher tax compliance. They are targeting to raise somewhere between 20 and 50 billion per year in additional resources from debt collection. The monthly cash collected from that will be monitored and verified together with SARS, and we will track that during the course of the year. And should the 20 to 50 billion be raised, that will then give us an opportunity to reconsider the 20 billion in tax measures that we have penciled in. The gross tax revenue projections have been revised down by 61 billion over the MTF period, but it's still above where we were for the 2024 MTBPS. 25-26 tax revenue is expected to be just under 2 trillion at 1.99 trillion, which is 5.6 billion below 2024 budget expectations. The tax to GDP ratio is expected to reach around 25.7% by 27-28, given the better than expected near-term revenue performance. And we are expecting slightly higher tax buoyancy over the medium term as a result of some of the better revenue performance that we've been seeing in recent times. The previous slide that spoke to the spending additions did not show some of the detail, which we show here. We did speak to the infrastructure detail, which is repeated there, so I won't go through that. I do want to spend some time, however, on the provisional allocations for frontline services. And it's important to make the point, as the ministers made, is that all of the budget baselines that were announced for the departments in the MTBPS remain intact. These provisional allocations are allocations to those departments on top of the baselines that they already have. So these are all additional allocations. In the bottom half of the table, the honourable members are able to see what those are. So in education, we are adding 9.5 billion over the medium term to support compensation budgets in education departments on top of what's already in their baselines. We are also adding around 10 billion to expand access to ECD provision. That amount has been retained relative to the previous budget, while the compensation costs in provisional education departments has been halved from what was in the March budget. On the health side, additions of 8.1 billion over the medium term is being made to assist provincial health departments with their compensation costs specifically. That is also halved from the previous budget. However, the amounts for unemployed doctors of 2.7 billion and goods and services shortfalls of 9.9 billion, those remain unchanged from the previous budget. And then there's an addition to the budget of the Department of Home Affairs in order to support their very important digitization efforts. And in addition, some of the other amounts that we've mentioned before are there, which is the SRD grant, the increase in social grants, the amount for the public service wage agreement, as well as for early retirement costs. Total spending additions therefore amount to 180.1 billion. This just continues the previous table. So as we've said earlier, there were also some SARS additions that were announced in the MTBPS of 3.5 billion. So that brings the total allocation to SARS to 7.5. There are also additions in the current year to the employment programs, and this is in particular to support, for example, the Teachers Assistant Program. There's an amount of 16 billion for SANRAL to deal with the maintenance backlog. That is split into two amounts. The national government only pays 3.2 billion of that, while 13 billion of the 16 billion comes from the provincial department as per the agreement between national and provincial on dealing with GFIP Phase 1 repayments and the maintenance backlog. We have proposed a rescheduling of the SANDF troop deployment in the DRC in light of the withdrawal. Previously, there were 3 amounts per year for each of the next 3 years. That is now 1 amount in the first year of 3 billion in order to support the withdrawal of the troops, which has already begun, and then no allocations in the outer years because the troops will no longer be in the DRC. And then an allocation to support the local government elections. There are some small additions to various institutions which are listed there. Those are amounts to support the G20, the ICASA Spectrum auction, new ministries and deputy ministries and so on. And then direct charges for injury on duty and post-retirement medical benefits for civil servants. Consolidated spending increases from 2.4 trillion to 2.81 trillion by 27-28. The fastest growing item by economic classification is payments for capital assets, and that's part of our efforts to shift the composition of spending. But we are still very concerned that the second fastest growing item is debt service cost at 7.4%. On the consolidated government spending side, learning and culture, which includes, of course, basic education, higher education, sports, art and culture, is the largest item of consolidated expenditure, followed by debt service costs again, which is why we are still concerned about ensuring that we stick to the current fiscal path of growing primary surpluses and a debt to GDP ratio that peaks, because it is, of course, unsustainable to have a situation where debt service costs are higher by quite some margin than the amounts that we spend, for example, on health, community development, peace and security. The consolidated budget deficit is projected to narrow to 3.4% of GDP by 27-28. The consolidated non-interest expenditure will increase at an annual average rate of 0.8% in real terms, which is again why it's important for us to ensure that we remain on the fiscal path that is outlined here. In terms of the division of nationally raised revenue, about 48.3% of nationally raised revenues are allocated to national government, 42% to provinces, and 9.7% to local government. There are quite a few reforms to subnational governments that we are looking at the moment, one of which, one of which includes reforming conditional grants. And in particular, one of the areas we are looking at is, as part of the current new wave of spending reviews, are all of the conditional grants that pertain to infrastructure, because that's where we believe quite a lot of improvements in efficiency can be gained. We are reducing the borrowing requirement over the medium term relative to the previous budget. In 25-26, the gross borrowing requirement is expected to be around 9.3 billion lower than the 2024 budget estimate. We are, of course, still benefiting from JAFECRA, the Gold and Foreign Exchange Contingency Reserve account. Those amounts continue to come through, and we review those amounts every year with the Reserve Bank as we go forward. And we are proposing a change to the final tranche of the Eskom debt relief, which is now being replaced with 2 advances amounting to 50 billion instead of the 70 billion that was originally penciled in for Eskom. The gross loan debt will peak in 25-26, stabilizing at 77.4%. This has been a target of the government for the last 3 or so years for debt to GDP to peak in 25-26. So it's very important that we have finally been able to meet that target. It is slightly higher than what we anticipated in the last budget, mainly because the denominator, which is nominal GDP, has been revised down significantly due to a weaker economic outlook, as discussed earlier. We are still concerned about our SOEs. Eskom is making progress on its recovery plan, although its finances remain weaker than we would like. And so operational performance will require significant improvement there. Transnet is still hampered by high debt levels and needs to make faster progress on its recovery plan. The DFI institutions continue to support, such as the DBSA and others continue to support economic growth, and their financial conditions are in relatively better shape. Social security funds, which remain critical for social protection, such as the UIF and the compensation fund, is showing a strong financial resilience. We are working on improving governance and effectiveness of the guarantee framework, and we are also working on using the guarantees that go to SOEs to ensure that that supports the structural transformation in those sectors. Out of the lessons of the last few months, we are also proposing various government reforms to improve the quality of spending and root out waste. On the one hand, we want to ensure that we embed the sustainability of public finances that I spoke to now, and those are going to be subject to some technical improvements, including, of course, the fiscal anchors discussion paper. We are strengthening the medium-term budget process, which will include the consultation that we do in the context of the changing political environment, but also the technical systems that we use and the technical processes that underpin the budget process. So we started a budget process review last year, and we are starting to implement the outcomes of that during the course of the budget process, which will start now. And then finally, there will be a big focus on the efficiency of public sector spending. We are applying the insights from the old spending reviews that were done, and we are also doing a wave of new spending reviews on the active labor market ecosystem, conditional grants. We are implementing a ghost worker audit in the public sector, amongst other issues, and we are also part of this, we consider our early retirement initiative, which will also help to deal with the pressures in the wage bill. And then just by way of summary, we are, in our view, on track in terms of the fiscal strategy and our attempts to strengthen public finances. Debt service costs will peak as a share of revenue this year and decline thereafter. Provinces need to improve the management of their personnel costs, and early retirement will be an important part of that. But there are more efforts that can be made there, in particular, the implementation of the personnel expenditure review that was done by the DPSA, and a bigger focus on better infrastructure spending, in particular in provinces. There are governance, accountability, and capacity challenges in municipalities, which we have highlighted before, and we are introducing some reforms to deal with that year. And of course, this budget maintains the strategy of ensuring that we do not provide or recommend large balance sheet support or bailouts to state-owned companies. Chairs, I believe this is the last slide, so I will leave it there. Thank you to yourselves and the honourable members, and handing back to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DG. I am going to note the hands of members that would like to engage on the presentation. Can I allow members maybe to talk from Honorable Mautwe to Honorable Majola in the order of their sitting, unlike noting each hand? Honorable Mautwe. Sars, you'll come if you have anything or input, you'll come after members, after the responses.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, let's categorically state it clear that what the minister tabled on Wednesday is an austerity budget. And I was walking to this meeting venue and met the DG along the way. And I said to him, why are you giving us a austerity budget? And he said, no, it's not. And I said, okay, what's your percentage increase? Is it more than the inflation rate? He said, well, not in the median term. Or, that's austerity, DG. So the textbook definition of austerity is that it's a budget that is reduced, or that reduces the real term expenditure per capita. If you look at all your departments, from basic education, there's a cut. From health, there's a cut. I mean, the Minister of Health was on the radio this morning crying that he will not be able to employ the 9,000 workers. He will not be able to do some of the programs he wanted to do. You look at the budget of defense, the budget of social development, all of them, compare them. They've been cut because any increase that is not even in line with the inflation is basically a cut. R1 today is worth more than R1 of tomorrow. You know that, DG. So let's not mislead the public into thinking that this budget is not a austerity budget. It is. And in the interest of time, as the chair has confined us to 5 minutes, we'll allow the colleagues to engage further per department, showing you and demonstrating to you that you've literally cut the budget. What you've given us is that let's just push through for now. There's not going to be any intake of new teachers. There's not going to be any infrastructural development of the schools, maintenance, nothing. We're just keeping us moving from one day to the other. It's very sad. And you're going to be known, DG, for being an austerity measure, DG, yourself. That's your legacy in that office. Chair, we reject the fuel levy. When we rejected VAT in March, we never said it must be replaced with fuel levy, because that's what Treasury did. They just went to convert VAT to a fuel levy. And what is more painful is that that increase of 16 cents per liter of petrol and 15 cents of diesel is only going to generate 4 billion. You are saying that yourself. But the impact of that is far much deeper than that 4 billion we're trying to raise. The fuel levy cuts across everyone, Chair. The bakery that carries bread from town to the rural village, it means the fuel is going to be more. The hospital, the ambulances that must carry the patients, it means it's going to be more. Every worker that goes to work, whether with a train, whether with a taxi, whether with a car, gets impacted. So it's a regressive tax, which is far much more than worse than the VAT. So you've taken us from VAT to worse. And even if you can say in the GNU, you agree, we reject the fuel levy. We demonstrated to you, we spoke about it here, the last time you were here, DG, that our neighboring countries who gets fuel from us are charging petrol less than us. We demonstrated to you, Lesotho, Botswana, Namibia. Actually, those villages that are lying across the borders, they must go back to fueling in those countries. But sadly, they take fuel from Tarleton in Johannesburg, all of them. And yet, in their countries, they pay less. They pay less now before your increase of 16 cents and 15 cents. It means we're going to sit to the situation where South Africans actually pay 2 rands more than those neighboring countries that take fuel from us. DG, you did not address the issue of bracket creep. That's a silent tax that we're giving to our people. The departments are going to adjust salaries of workers by inflation or less than the inflation, which will then push them into a high bracket. Then they will end up paying more tax, and their take home will be far much lesser. So, and you must tell us, how much are you generating out of that? Because that's your revenue. That's a silent tax that you are putting on millions of our workers in this country. So you are taking that tax, the silent tax on workers, you are taxing us more on fuel. Even though you can say it doesn't accommodate everybody, you are thinking of private cars, but this has got nothing to do. The fuel levy is not only on private cars. The fuel levy is on everything that moves, whether it's machinery, whether it's a train, whether it's a bus, it needs fuel for it to move. In the mines, you are going to operate those machines with the fuel. So I'm saying to you, that's a triple tax on the poor. Yet you are failing to introduce a wealth tax. Why are you not considering taxing the rich? We're saying to you, the rich has got luxury holdings, land holdings in the form of private farms, recreational facilities that are sitting there as assets, which they borrow money from the bank. The bank can borrow money based on your luxury holding. That's an asset that is not being taxed by you. You don't want to touch on it. Chair was saying, why are we not having a once-off apartheid tax? There are trusts that existed pre-1994, which are sitting with high value, 50 million rands and above. If you were to just tax 0.5% of that, you're going to raise between 20 and 50 billion rands. Why are you not doing that? Are you confirming that indeed this country is governed by the rich? Because of course we've seen the president of the country going with Rupert to the US. Do you think that same Rupert will agree to be taxed by this same minister?
A minute, Honorable Mautwe.
Yeah, you see, that's wrong. That's very wrong. Chair, the last point is, who is Treasury accountable to? DG, you went to say you met with the consultants in Washington, D.C., and the lenders are happy. So the lenders are happy, and yet the people of South Africa are not happy. So who exactly are you accountable to? Why are you giving us policies that pleases the lenders who hold government bonds at the expense of 62 million South Africans? Who exactly are you accountable to? Because this budget should be the budget of the people of South Africa and not budget of the lenders who contribute nothing, who will not assist you with job creation in this country, who will not assist you with closing the gap between the rich and the poor, who will not assist you with the inequality in this country, who will not assist you with poverty in this country. Our people are dying of poverty. The minister said the food basket will not be expanded. The food basket is not expanded. You are taxing us more. You are silently taxing us on our wages also. What must actually happen to our people? Why are you sending our people to the graves? Because what is now left is depression for our people because they will not be able to afford anything. They can't afford as it is now. How will they afford tomorrow, DG, when we are now putting more burden on them and leaving the rich who can afford to buy buffaloes for 22 million rands? One buffalo.
Honorable Mautwe. Honorable Pambo. Colleagues, if we get to be responded before 2:00, we might come back with a round of follow-up questions. Honorable Tambo. No need for members to raise their hands. We'll just follow the order of sitting.
Okay, because I thought you'd noted someone else. No, that's fine. Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you for the presentation from the DG. I think there's been no lessons learned from the past process that we have gone through. And I will tell you why, because I think that the Minister of Finance and Treasury has been engaged in what can be described as malicious and deceptive consultation. And no one is having that conversation because when the minister opened here virtually, he reflects on the withdrawal of the 0.5% VAT increase. The DG does so as well, but no one speaks about the context as to what led to that. So there's two contexts, one which I'll call a factual context and one which I will call a fictional context, which is a result of deceptive consultation. The factual context is that the Western Cape High Court suspended the 0.5% value-added tax increases and set aside the 2025 fiscal framework and revenue proposals due to a court intervention That is the first reliable, verifiable, and judicially binding context. The second fictional context, which is a product of deceptive consultation, is that the VAT increases were set aside as a result of proposals of alternative revenue generation mechanisms and consultation from political parties. The second one is fictional because there is no inclusion in this budget of anyone's alternative revenue generation mechanism. No political party, no stakeholder that we met with, not the Parliamentary Budget Office, none of their submissions in terms of alternative revenue generation mechanisms are included here. The VAT increase has been substituted by a fuel levy, an increase in the fuel levy. That is the first point that I want to make. And I'd like to get an answer as to why exactly do we not have, because some of us who read the court papers saw that the Minister of Finance thanked everyone for making proposals for alternative revenue generation mechanisms, but they were not feasible in the interim and they would be considered in the next budget. This is the next budget. They are not here. I'm not sure which next budget he was speaking to. The second point I'd like to make is that there's been no conceptual change between the budget between February, March, and the one we're looking at now, because the one that was supposed to be presented in February, which we all got to look at, ring-fenced us to three options in terms of revenue. That is continued borrowing, that is continued austerity, or what was called strategic tax adjustments. So because the strategic tax adjustment of value-added tax has been defeated, there has been a continuation of strategic tax adjustments in the fuel levy and the non-adjustment of personal income tax brackets. So regressive taxation remains in place as a mechanism to generate revenue. But you didn't leave it there. You combine it with austerity in the same way that the Treasurer General of the EFF has described, that your expenditure is not in line with inflation, and that you're also making numerical cuts to specific departments, basic education, health, defense, community services as well. So it shows that the consultations that were had in the previous process were meaningless, and the manner in which we're proceeding now shows that there's been some consensus reached somewhere, that there is an arrogance and a confidence that this budget will pass regardless of our objections. Because the EFF was not consulted, and if there was broader-based consultation with political parties based on lessons learned from the past process, it would have been evident that we would oppose a fuel levy. It would have been extremely evident. So those are some of the issues that we'd like to raise, and we'd want answers to where are the alternative revenue generation mechanisms which were claimed to have led to the scrapping of the VAT increases, and why is there no adjustment to personal income tax brackets to protect our people from bracket creep? The third issue I think I'd like to raise relates to the Division of Revenue Bill. We sat within the Standing Committee on Appropriations with the Honorable Maimane as well, and made proposals of adjustments that need to be made in terms of the equitable share. And that related to the fact that the allocation to local government, which is substantially less, and I hear now it's 9.7%, an increase from 9.5%, which is not going to be helpful as well, is that local government is at the coal face of service delivery, yet it continues to receive the least allocation. And this is based on the assumptions that municipalities will be inherently resilient because they will generate revenue from paying of water and property rates. But it doesn't take into consideration that the resilience of local municipalities depends on apartheid spatial planning. So you cannot compare a rural and township municipality that is dominated by unemployed or low-wage people to a suburb and compare that resilience and say that municipalities should inherently all be resilient and be able to generate their own self-sustainable revenue. That was one of the logics that we said should underpin an increased allocation of money to local government sphere as opposed to the national government sphere. That is not reflected anywhere here. Why is that? What is the logic that underpins the allocation of money substantially more to national and provincial government and less to municipal government, whereas municipal government is where service delivery exists? That is the second point. And I think we should get a response on that as well. There's much more detailed and specific budget cuts that we're going to speak to, but I think those are the two areas that we must speak to as well. I think lastly, the growth forecast has been revised down to 1.4%. Predictably, because the last time we met here as well, we said that the growth forecast mechanisms of National Treasury are not reliable. And now we're beginning to suspect that you just overestimate your growth forecast to assure markets, but also to justify austerity, so that at the end of the year, you expect to generate an amount of revenue based on the growth forecast. Then you always revise it down when the time comes and austerity has already been implemented. What should make us continue to rely on the growth projections that are being presented here, which are continuously being revised down? The last one was 1.8% when we met. It's now 1.4%. The International Monetary Fund expects South Africa's growth projection to be at 1%, if not less. So who must we rely on? Why is the modeling of National Treasury inconsistent with global institutions and economic institutes with experts? Where are the inconsistencies? So I think we're revisiting some of these conversations, and the chair spoke to that perhaps we've had some of them in the previous budget, but there's change in context and there's change in figures. So I think it's important that we speak to that as well. I think I'll leave it there, Chair, for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Tambo. Honorable Suisa.
No, thank you, Chair. Let me also welcome the presentation by the DG of Finance. Chair, we must make this, the public needs to be aware that the successive ministers of defense have always complained and warned that the defense is at the brink of collapsing. And the reducement of 3 million has just proved that, Chairperson, because combined with defense, justice, and home affairs, there's a reduction of 3 billion. And what does it mean? It simply means that home affairs won't be able to do the systems that they want to introduce. It means that the people of Ndumeni and Kuruman are still going to be subjected to long queues of having servers, because every time when they get to home affairs, they're being told that the system is offline. What does it mean with justice? It means that we are continuously going to fight for victims of GBV to find justice. And we are going to be faced with an NPA that can easily dismiss such cases of the one of Twekwe because there is no money to do what needs to be done in the Justice Department. But let's focus on defense, Chairperson. If there is no money to sustain the defense department, it means that we are speaking about opening our borders to drug trafficking, to human trafficking, and to all illegal things that may happen in South Africa. That's the first point. The second one means that South Africa won't be able to play their role as peacekeepers in neighboring countries that are war-torn. Is finance trying to close down defense, or are they trying to close down defense so that we become vulnerable? Because any country without any protection means that we are open for anything. And the first and foremost thing that needs to happen is to make sure that defense is actually in a proper space. Defense is sitting with lack of money to deal with spare parts, lack of money to give soldiers the basic field equipments. Defense intelligence functions will be underfunded and demoralized. An example that we can put forward is that Lohata Base in Northern Cape, since the burning, they are still sitting without electricity. They cannot function properly. Whatever that they need to do, they need to move to one point for them to access. But still, defense money has been cut. Now, the question that needs to be put forward is that since the collapsing of SANDF, and your own budget confirms that there is another 3 billion reduction to safety and security functions, given the withdrawal from the DRC and the repeated warning by ministers of defense that we are dismantling the military through budget neglect, why has Treasury failed to redirect savings towards rebuilding defense capacity?
has Cabinet now silently decided that South Africa is no longer needed as a functioning military, or national treasury is doing its own thing? Because, Chair, we can't be sitting here whereby we are subjected to a national defense force that is dysfunctional. Anything can happen. It's going to mean that we are going to be filtrated by anyone and anybody. Like the last time, the news that we heard that for some reason there is a secret military. Or is there another thing that is being cooked in order to replace the defense as they are doing? Because I've been hearing the DG speaking about DBSA, and then you speak about the effects as to how they've tried to close down the IDT in public works. Are they trying to do the same, to say that let's close down defense and then later on we are going to come up with something else? That for now I'm going to stop there, Chair, and wait for the response. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Siwisa. Honorable Mkonto.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning to the co-chairpersons, the two deputy ministers, the DG, honorable members, and our colleagues. Chair, the people of South Africa, I think they deserve to know. Because every time we are in parliament, we are subjected to this, the minister of this and this political party, the deputy minister of this and this political parties boasting of the achievements they have made in as far as service delivery is concerned. I think even now, we were there during the budget speech delivery. And when the minister was announcing that the fuel levy is going to increase, we saw those who applauded him. But I think the people of South Africa has to know which political party came with this idea of increasing the fuel levy. The minister must tell us, because I think they are rejoicing that at least their idea has come through, because we have been, as the EFF, submitting a lot of ideas of revenue collection, and those ideas have never been considered. Chair, I will then talk about the social development budget, according to what was presented on the 21st of May. That budget, the social grant looks to be stable, but then the support services that enables delivery of those social grants, the budget has been cut by 2.2 billion in the medium term. And the question is, how are we going to sustain and improve the delivery of social grants if we are cutting the delivery budget? People have been complaining. We've got a lot of complaints about the poor services of the frontline social grant officials. But now, if the budget is cut, how are we going to sustain? How are we going to improve the delivery of a social grant? Chair, without repeating what my colleagues have already talked to, there is no specific transport for social grant beneficiaries. As the fuel levy is being increased and their social grants are not increased according to the inflation, they are going to be affected. It means logically the social grants have been decreased. If this fuel levy idea is going to be approved, So
I'm sorry, I request the two colleagues at the back to try and, colleagues, we can hear your conversation. I'm sorry for that, Honorable Mkonto, you can continue.
So, Chair, the poorest of the poor is going to be affected by this budget. The minister specifically stated it that this is not, and he was emphatic, this is not an austeric budget. But it is. If you look at the logic of everything that is happening in this budget, it is, and even worse than the two previous budgets that were presented. This budget is a silent austeric, is very silent in being austeric, but it is. And unfortunately, our people will be able to see that they have been thrown under the bridge after a long time. So, Chair, if those questions that we've posed can be answered, we want to know the political party that came. I think I hope they are proud of what they have done, as much as they are always proud of what they do and present it in Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mkonto. Honorable Beasley.
Thank you, Chair. Excuse me. Greetings to the Minister, Deputy Ministers, DG, Commissioner, Deputy Commissioners, colleagues. So I think, first of all, I said earlier, constructive, rational, pragmatic, political party. I think on a positive side, we really applaud the increased funding to SARS. I think it's huge. I think it's a great victory for South Africans. And I just want to commend the chairperson of our committee, all my colleagues on the committee. It's an issue that we've fought united for it. And it's great to see that it's come to fruition. I do believe it's going to be a game changer in our country. It's just unfair that the poor, the middle class are bearing the big tax burden while the political elite and criminal syndicates and illicit trade are getting away with paying tax. So I do think it's massive. I do think there's been a 20 to 50 billion a year. I do think that's a bit conservative, and we're looking forward to higher numbers. And our understanding for SARS is still significantly underfunded, but once we see the results coming through, we'll be pushing for more funding for SARS. So I think it's a huge positive that. I think a huge disappointing, and it's something that we all realize, is just the economic growth. You know, if there was a budget 4.0, I think economic growth would even be knocked down further. And what nobody's talking about today is just the unemployment. You know, we've got an unemployment crisis today. The last quarterly numbers released, there's 4,000 people losing their jobs, 500 every hour. When we were discussing and debating why the minister wasn't online, 500 people lost their jobs. You know, as parliamentarians, the unemployed deserve better from us. You know, we argue about the most petty things, but the most important things, the unemployment crisis, is what we should be focusing on. And it must be a national obsession. And we look at our rugby team, we look at our relay team, what we can do united. And I think as a country, we need to unite about the unemployment crisis and move it forward. And I look forward to Chair as SCOF being constructive and pragmatic in that idea, how we raise ideas, because, you know, heart just goes out to all the unemployed. It's a human tragedy. And then it's great to see VAT off the table. I think political parties will all argue they had a role. I think we all played a role, and shows united what we can actually do in taking something off the table. But to me, it's absolutely nonsensical that it's been replaced in part by a fuel levy. The cost to benefit factor makes no sense. Half of the discussions wouldn't be happening today if there was no fuel levy. So there's no, I mean, for 4 billion, I don't know whose idea it was, but it's just absolutely nonsensical. You're robbing Peter to pay Paul. Went through so much trauma as a country over VAT, yet it's been partly replaced for 4 billion. It makes absolutely zero sense. Then just some information about the expenditure review. It'll be great if that's a transparent process. It's open to the public. And I do believe, and it's an issue that we have as Action SA, saying it must start with the cabinet. We've got a bloated cabinet who live the life of luxury And we have to lead by example. We can't tell other people to tighten their belts when Cabinet's belt is getting looser. So I think the first spending review must be with the Cabinet. And then I hope the Minister is still online. He spoke about a committee being set up to be part of this review process. So Minister, I'm volunteering myself to be part of that committee, and I hope you take me up on that offer. And then it's very good, Minister, to see that you've raised corruption in your speech. It's a huge issue. Just as SARS is underfunded, so is an NPA is underfunded. And the only way we're going to get spending under control is if the corrupt officials go to jail. And at the moment, the NPA is seriously underfunded. And DG, I look forward to putting a business case to yourself and to the Minister why the NPA should get more funding, because the asset forfeiture unit would recover those costs. But if we could also close off the expenditure, we could save this country a huge amount of money. So I think there's a huge business case for the NPA to get more funding. They get 4 billion a year. CETAs get 23 billion. Nobody knows what the CETAs do. They're not helping with job creation. They're helping, and they get more money than SARS and the NPA combined with change. And I think that's an area that we need to look at. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. McBack.
Mr. Minister, thank you for the presentation you gave, and also to the DG. I'm hoping the Minister of Finance can give us a bit more details on the proposed spending review, as my colleagues have alluded to. Specifically, I'd like to understand the powers and timelines. So when will it start, and when will we expect its work to be concluded? Likewise, I'd like to understand what the force of its findings will be. Will they be recommendations or enforceable? And while we're looking at that, some of the expenditure items that we will no doubt identify in there will require legislative changes. And I'm hoping the Minister can give us a bit more information on our agreed omnibus bill to effect those changes, and whether he's got a timeline on the introduction of that legislation. Will it be introduced, for example, before the 2026 budget review? I want to make a point here, Minister, which is that we are supporting you on this budget, but it includes allusions to another 20 billion rand in taxes next year, to which we are vehemently opposed. And we're making it clear now that unless we can identify the expenditure efficiencies that will avert that 20 billion rand situation in taxes, we will have to oppose any form of taxation where South Africans simply cannot afford more. Second question is to the DG on the ghost workers that the Minister spoke about. This is welcomed. We note, though, that this speaks to national and provincial departments. But given that our ministers and DGs and within their departments have oversight and in many cases fund SOEs or agencies or local governments, NSFAS being one example of something being funded by higher education, is it our anticipation that ministers or DGs within these departments that oversee these SOEs, agencies, or local governments will be able to also enforce a ghost employee audit and, for example, hold back conditional grants for these SOEs, agencies, or local governments? The third question, also for the DG, is on the equitable share formula. Section 214 of our Constitution speaks about the fiscal capacity and the efficiency of division of revenue. Specifically, Section 214 SE speaks about this. So my question is, when you look now at the equitable share formula, and it contains 5 variables, which in your estimation out of those 5 variables speaks to efficiency? And if none of the 5 speak to efficiency, would you agree with me that perhaps we should consider adding a 6th variable that does indeed do so? The first part of my 4th question is also to the DG, and perhaps there are team members by the names of Cindy and Lindy who might be able to speak to This question, I did mention this to them in email before via the secretary. It's quite a technical question. And that question has to do with Parliament's involvement in wage negotiations, or the lack thereof. Previously in our democracy, we had what was called an improvement of conditions of service vote. And I wonder if either you, DG, or your team members can speak to what the thinking was to remove that vote, and whether in fact Parliament should be involved in a more concrete version of the end result of these wage negotiations. Because as you would know, what happens now is we pencil in an amount and then the agreed amount ends up being higher. And it seems to me that Parliament should be more involved in that and used to be more involved in that. Wanted to get your view on that. Final question is on the choke point on our economy, the behemoth that is Transnet. And I want to be quite clear on this question that it is not our expectation or my expectation that Treasury or the Minister or Deputy Ministers should be trying to micromanage Transnet. It does, however, hold back our economy. And because it's a Schedule 2 entity, it's got a lot of power and it's got a lot of independence. But it is my estimation that Treasury does have leverage when it comes to extending debt guarantees. And the media is reporting now that another 51 billion rand in debt guarantees are being considered. And this follows the 47 billion rand, which we understand has been burned through. And there were 22 conditions attached to the 47 billion rand at the end of December 2023. And I'd like to understand from you, Mr. Director General, how many of those conditions were met or met late? And from a process point of view, what consequences on future guarantees is there to Transnet or any other SOE if they don't meet their conditions? And in that vein,
You have less than 30 seconds.
I'll be very brief. The final question is to the Minister on this issue, which is that contingent liabilities are a serious concern. And so my question is whether it's now time to introduce a bill that any guarantee that amounts to more than 1% of consolidated government expenditure should in fact be voted on in Parliament. I would love to get the Minister's views on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Alexandra.
Thank you very much. On the employment program and the effectiveness thereof, there's been an allocation of about 4.5 billion rand for employment programs for 2025, 2026. But your own review has found that these have mixed effectiveness and efficiencies. So my question is, what specific reforms will you ensure that these programs will actually create sustainable employment rather than the temporary relief that we have been seeing? And then my next question is around PPPs. Given the constrained fiscal space that we currently find ourselves in, how will you accelerate meaningful public PPPs in infrastructure? And what regulations and bottlenecks are going to be removed so that South Africa can be more effective in this endeavor? And then my third question is to build on my colleague's question around the spending review. Since about 2013, the government has embarked on a spending review in departments, and there's been an identification of over 37 billion rand of wasteful expenditure. And often we see is that these recommendations are unimplementable because they're described as can be achieved rather than will be achieved. So the question is, given that we've identified these inefficiencies over decades, there's more than 37 billion rand, how are we going to effectively prioritize the responsibility of weeding out this inefficiency so that the taxpayer doesn't have to fit the bill? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Alexandra. Honorable Waitlane.
Thank you, Chair. We have arrived at a point where we say what we're going to do, and we all agree and we support you, and we want to thank you for all the hard work that's been done up to now. And it got us over the try line. We are here now. The question is now the hard part. And I think if I listen to all the speakers and submissions by members, we all agree we are here now. The question is, how are we going to do it? And my question relates to 4 areas, if I might quickly ask. The first area is around the pension funds, and just hear me out. There's 2 parts to that. One part is the macro part, which talks to your fiscal consolidation and your debt reduction strategies that you want to implement. The indirect impact it would have on pension growth and pension sustainability and protection. What is the plan there? Is there a plan? And a second latter, more operational question to me, and of bigger concern, is the non-payment of pension funds over the contribution paying over to pension funds. And what we see is, last checked, over 150 municipalities either delayed or have not paid pension funds over. And the direct impact that would have, and how do we deal with that? Because they're utilizing it for operational cost. And we understand that the whole area around the white paper has to be dealt with, and possibly that could be part of that conversation. Then the other 3 parts I would like to just have the how part is the first one is around the NSFAS and the CETAs and the government's reforms around it and what the expected outcomes are. And more to my colleague's point is that we need to get to the point now that we get some commitment, at least in the 2026-7 budget, to see the impact of that. What is your plans? How are we going to do that? And when are we start rolling out on it? Who will be sitting in that engagement, and how can we as an oversight, one, assist and support, because we've got our own contributions to make as well, and 2, which are the areas that you like us to look at when things are not done properly. The second one is the SRD grants. The minister, and I'll just quote quickly, government is actively exploring various options to better integrate this grant with employment. My question is, how and where are we able to engage on this matter and opportunities for that? We've got very strong opportunities and submissions we would like to make. And where do you suggest we do that to assist taking this also over the trial line, at least by the next financial year? The third one, and here's an interesting one that I'm not sure, let me ask the question as it is. 6 billion rand is going to be committed in the next 3 years to municipalities' revenue enhancement investment. Who's controlling that? How can we check the efficiency of that and the impact? And we would like to start seeing reports flying through to see the impact of it. Similar to SARS, we're giving them a lot of money now. The Commission's got lots of money now. So that 20 billion that he spoke about will be coming from you. And we hope to see that happening before you go. But be that as it may, I think it's important, similar to that situation, we're going to give money to municipalities to enhance their revenue strategies. And how are we going to do that? And how are we monitoring that? And can we see physically the value? It's the return on investment that I'm looking at. Thank you, Chair. I'm done.
Thank you very much, Honorable Bateman.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. And thank you to the Honorable Minister of Finance, and just recognize the Deputy Ministers, the DG, SARS Commission, and all others and fellow members, honourable members. I think firstly, Minister, thank you for listening to South Africa. We don't want tax increases. We do want more efficient government. We do want the GNU to work. Thank you for your commitment to get debt under control. Thank you for your commitment to the ghost employee audits, to the spending reviews, to eliminate wasteful programs. Thank you for protecting allocations to provinces and municipalities and the allocation to frontline services, education. There's much to commend in the budget, and we thank you for, I think what's encouraging is the collaborative approach by which the budget has now finally been tabled, and I trust that we'll end up being third time lucky. On this question of structural reforms, it's not just in the numbers that I'm encouraged, but it's also some of the way things have been expressed. And it's been very clear that the purpose for the structural reforms is to stimulate private sector investment ultimately, which is going to be the trigger to economic growth and to job creation. And that's really what we're all about. And I don't think we must lose sight of the urgency of the hour, the extreme fiscal position that we find ourselves in, the critical importance of getting debt and spending under control, and the critical importance of all the structural reforms that are necessary to stimulate growth and to stimulate through stimulating private sector investment. I think, again, to repeat what I've said previously, the structural reforms we have on the table are good. They're not complete, though, and we still need to do a more thorough investigation and speak very frankly about those elements of our legal framework that are hindering private sector investment and job creation. I won't develop it now, but I think there's a double click there that we need to open up on. But I will mention just one or two things which are in the ambit of National Treasury. The first is I've been concerned about the minister in his speech making reference to the fact that this is an expansionary budget, and I don't think that that's something we should be proud about. Because the reality is, as the GDP to total, as the tax to total GDP ratio climbs and the size of government climbs, that is generally associated with lower economic growth. And so it may well be, and I think the argument exists, and I think it's a right argument, that our government is actually outsized relative to our economy, and that we need to actually be trimming and moving away from expansionary budgets. So as much as we do need to spend more on things like frontline services, the big picture needs to be that our government is actually getting smaller. And hence, again, the urgency of focusing on efficiency, rooting out corruption, wasteful expenditure, looking closely at public entities where there's unnecessary spend, looking at duplication, etc. There has to be a laser focus on that. And I'd like to urge that we move from the mindset of what do we want to spend? Okay, now how do we find the tax and how do we find the money, borrow the money to be able to spend? To a mindset that says our taxation policies are critical for making sure that our economy is competitive for investment. If we can get the investment right, then we'll get the economic growth and we'll find our tax revenues are starting to climb again. But we've got ourselves into the low growth trap of high debt, unaffordable debt, and high taxes. And we still got the mindset of what do we want to spend? Now, where do we find the money? We have to turn that upside down and we have to design competitive tax systems, and then we have to spend according to the money we have. Ultimately, government is to serve the people of South Africa. The people of South Africa are not there to serve the government. So I would urge just for a shift in mindset on that. In terms of another question that I do have is in the area of macroeconomic stability, what are the Minister's and Treasury's views on lowering the inflation target? I know there's been a lot of conversation about this in the media, and there's been talk of reducing the target from between 4 and 6 to 0 to 3%. I'd like to know what the Minister's thoughts are on that. And this on the question of infrastructure, we do welcome the commitment to infrastructure expenditure, provided it's growth enhancing. But unfortunately, very often, whether it's the World Cup stadiums, Madupi, Kusile, or border fences, often infrastructure ends up costing more than planned, taking longer than planned, and it's often a synonym for looting opportunity. What measures from the Treasury side do we have in place to ensure that projects run on time, on budget, and are looting free?
Thank you very much, Honorable Brits.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Minister, and all colleagues. Budget 3.0 presents us with a manifestation of the current politics in action. And this budget is clearly a balancing act of political philosophies and political ideologies, which presents us with a workable outcome in the midst of economic turbulence. What we do see is the beginning of the turning of the ship, but much more still needs to be done. The debt to GDP and steps to be taken to keep to the commitment to peak this year will be imperative in steering the turnaround. What steps are being taken to keep to this commitment? As far as further measures are concerned, investigation of the following issues must be considered. One, the wage bill and ghost workers. Now, 2.141 million people are employed in all three spheres of government. Of the 811 billion rands in tax to be paid by individuals, public servants will contribute 205 billion. That is a bit like taking money from the left pocket and putting it into the right-hand pocket. State expenses used to pay state revenue is not real revenue. And an audit of ghost employees to limit wasteful expenses is welcomed. 2, the illicit cigarette trade. We welcome the additional money allocated to SARS for improving tax compliance, with up to 70% of cigarettes sold in this country being illicit. Now, this is a trade that started and that was established during hard COVID-19 lockdown. Annual tax revenue losses exceed 27 billion rands. This urgently needs intervention by SARS, and the Customs Border Operations team must be strengthened. Number 3, while having due regard to the sensitivity of the fact that South Africa is a leading economy within the Southern African Customs Union, with the aim of cultivating a stronger, more stable, and developed SACO region, the question must be asked whether South Africa is getting a fair deal from the SACO revenue sharing formula. While South Africa is a net exporter to these countries, we paid 171 billion rands to SACO in 2024, but we received only 81.4 billion, which is less than half. This is major fiscal pressure in the context of South Africa's ongoing budget constraints and service delivery challenges. From an NCOP perspective, we support protecting the baselines to provinces and local government in order for their own budgets and budget processes not to be interrupted. In conclusion, we have a historical opportunity to accelerate economic growth. But the structural reforms that were introduced should be accelerated in order to create the environment for economic opportunities and to reduce extraordinary debt levels. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Brett. Honorable Ryder.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and your colleagues. Thanks. Let's see how far we go. Let's start the timer. Chairperson, yeah, just to look at the speech that the Minister delivered earlier this week, I'm going to quote a little bit from it during my questions today. One of the things he said during the launch of the second phase of Operation Vulindlela 2 weeks ago, the President aptly pointed out that, and I quote, "Our economy needs to grow much faster to create jobs that we need and to achieve prosperity for all." So there's a quote within a quote. But Chair, the GDP pressures that were spoken about, not only when the budget was delivered, but again this morning, partly, I mean, I see it's an international phenomenon, and we accept that, but we're coming off a really low base and taking to top slicing off a low base already. So it really impacts us, and it's partly driven by poor investment. And this is obviously partly influenced by our grey listing. So perhaps, and the grey listing also impacts on the cost of debt and what we have to repay on that. So what progress and what are our best and worst case scenarios in terms of getting off the grey list? Best case scenario, worst case scenario. I think that's important. Then, yes, echoing Honourable Brits, from the NCOP's perspective, we welcome the protection of provincial and municipal baselines, because I think that really helps to keep these spheres a little bit more stable and predictable, helps them with the budgets that they've already put together. We also welcome the increased provincial health and education budgets so that they can fully support that wage settlement that came in above expectations in the past, and that services can now reach our people in the provinces, which I think we most welcome and grateful for. The next item, again, looking at the speech, we're looking at page 10 this time, and there's a comment on page 10 that talks about spending pressures that may require funding later this year. And I want to unpack that as well from an NCOP perspective, because it says the third one on the list is accommodating population changes that impact on the provincial equitable share allocations. Now, I think we all know that the last census by Stats SA lacked credibility. There were real issues with that, and I think it's caused Treasury tremendous headaches. Maybe you can talk about future funding plans for Stats SA to ensure that they can undertake the next one and the surveys that they do in between with a little bit more credibility. But you're talking about accommodating population changes that impact on the provincial equitable share allocations, and that's going to bring spending pressures that require funding later this year. So what stats are you going to be looking at for that, or are we talking about actually finally bringing forward a new equitable share formula? How's the progress on that? And then, Chair, I've still got a lot of time, so I'm going to look to
You
page
only have
15 of
2.5,
the budget.
Mr. Ryder.
Page 15 of the speech, where there was a comment. This is now a more general thing, and it says in the speech that we are also exploring alternative financing instruments to allow pension funds, commercial banks, development banks, and international financial institutions to participate in financing our infrastructure plans. Now, the word "allow" there is the one that I'm just picking out on, and so I'm trying to make sure we're not looking at prescribed assets for pension funds and investments, and that the "allow" certainly implies choice. Thank you very much, Chair. I much appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable Ryder. Honorable Sekwati.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for the opportunity. Chair, I think we should actually welcome the fact that the Treasury has gone out of its way to make sure that at least we're able to, for the first time, be able to reach a mark for $1 trillion in terms of infrastructure spending, which I think it's something that we really needed to welcome, particularly in terms of making sure that we're able to lay basis for us to grow the economy. But also, Chair, to making a point that we're able to continue to protect the social spending, which would be able to, in this hard economic conditions, be able to continue to protect the poor, but also the vulnerable. However, Chair, there is a need for us to actually understand what exactly is the National Treasury going to be doing in terms of the stabilization of the public debt, which is based on the assumption that we are going to, or we are projecting to at least be able to collect the primary surplus. And I would also want to understand what are the risks of achieving that, and what are the mitigating factors towards making sure that we can ultimately be able to reach that surplus. The second one, Chair, is in terms of efficiency, which has already been raised, and I think it's worth emphasizing, particularly because of the budget pressures that we are having, so that we are able to ultimately make sure that the allocated resources are actually efficiently spent, but also we are able to make an impact in terms of the money that is going to be spent. Now, part of the issue, Chair, is the continuous, growing wasteful or unwanted expenditures, which we continue to not, we don't seem to be improving in terms of that. And I think a part of it is that we do not necessarily emphasize, the action in terms of the unwanted expenditures, which I think is one of the areas that we need to be looking at. But also in terms of the $1 trillion that is going to be spent in infrastructure, the efficiency thereof is going to be important. Chair, if you look at what is happening probably in municipalities and in provincial levels, particularly in terms of infrastructure efficiency spending, because there is no standard measure that is being utilized. Now, you might not necessarily see unwanted expenditure, infrastructure being rolled out, but the quality of that infrastructure means that you will have to come back in the next 3 years or in the next MTEF to be able to redo the same or undertake or expand on the same infrastructure where we've already spent money, which I think is something that we really need to look at. If Treasury is able to come up with a standardized way of measuring the quality of infrastructure that we are actually rolling out, so that we do not continuously have communities complaining of infrastructure when we have actually expended money on that infrastructure. The issue of the SRT, I'm not sure, Chair, in terms of the sustainability, in terms of the extension of the SRT, but also in terms of other new grants that might be envisaged. Whether we have been able to look at the sustainability and what are the long-term plans in terms of that. I mean, we're talking about prospects for a basic income grant support for job seekers and so on. But what is it that we are doing in terms of the sustainability? Is it feasible? Is it do our fiscals allow that? It's one of the things that, so that we do not introduce new grants that we are not able to back up, because already we are under fiscal pressures. The last one is the public service wage bill. I think it has been raised. And I think it's one of the things that we should be able to look at. Perhaps in future, Treasury will be able to tell us what is it that we think of doing, because the voluntary severance packages, I don't think, is actually a response towards that. And I think it's one of the things and the risks that are actually there, which I think we need to really look at in terms of making sure that there is efficiency in terms of our fiscals, but also in terms of making sure that we are able to create fiscal sustainability going forward. Because if for me, it continues to actually raise a risk, which we do not seem to really be looking at in the long term. The last one is yes, Chair. The last one is in terms of what other tax measures are we, probably looking at as a national treasury, because definitely there is actually a compelling reasons for us to look at alternative measures in terms of making sure that we are able to continuously back the fiscal sustainability, but also make sure that we are able to continue with this progressive programs that we have. So, but for that to be done, we need a backing, fiscal backing. So what is it that we're going to be putting in place? Because definitely if we are not able to achieve that surplus, projected surplus that we're going to, that we are actually projecting, that is going to put us in a risky situation. And what is it that we are looking at in terms of making sure that we can continuously have an inflow in terms of revenue? I think.
Thank you, Honorable Squati. Honorable Siate.
Thanks, Chair. Let me start also by welcoming the report and this budget. Chair, I do have my reservations of how maybe the narrative might, mislead the country with regards to the fuel levy that is obviously a buzz, and it seemed now that it was just a replacement of the VAT, but putting it as generic and as casual as some members have put it, I think it can be very dangerous and misleading. If you look at the levy that the fuel levy is compounded of, you'd find many components to it, Chair. There is your RAF component inclusive in there. There's Central. There's actually 8 metropolitan municipalities that actually also benefit from the segments of the levy, whereby revenue is taken and then it's shared across. So when there's an immeasurable and unjustifiable, measures of saying our neighboring countries in terms of the pricing of their fuel levy is much cheaper, then we would have to ask and really put it to South Africa that our neighbors may not be in their fuel levy, systems and model, including the social security incentives that I've mentioned. And I think they've been silently hidden, and they've been silently not expanded sufficiently so that South Africa may know what is inclusive in this levy, and can we really put it out there and compare ourselves to a fuel levy in Lesotho, where Lesotho does not have these components I've mentioned that actually filters down to your infrastructure revenue, to other social security that are incentivized in silent. So my question then becomes, what immediate steps, Chair, can be taken to improve spending patterns? Because based on the National Treasury spending reviews, they would need to assure us and put it to South Africa on certain measures on the immediate terms that they can tell us how they're going to improve that. The second question would then be, one of the most critical ways to raise a caliber of spending is to be efficient. And I think the House has really extended and expanded on the matter. I'm not going to take much time there. And my question then becomes, what is the progress then, or the measure in place to combat this wasteful expenditure? Because I think we could avoid many things if we can deal with that directly. And how should then us as a parliament fulfill its responsibility, given that the executive authority has greater capacity to remove these inefficiencies? Then it must also be clarified also on our role, what then becomes our responsibility thereof. So I'm going to leave it there, Chair, without any grandstanding on immeasurable and these uncomparable comparisons to what levies replacing what. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Siate. Honorable Lekanyane.
Chairperson, thank you so much. I want to raise an issue with regard to the significantly huge debt servicing costs that we face as a country, and to check if we have a plan as the National Treasury to reduce these costs, or how long do we envisage will take us to have a drastic reduction on the debts that we are confronted with. And the other part relates to what Honorable Squadri has said, is with regard to the increase in the fuel levy, which is going to have impact or have influence on the rising costs. What are the plans that are there to protect the poor and the vulnerable from? Amongst them is the transport cost, the transportation of consumer goods, which will have the poor negatively affected. And it's a matter which we cannot turn a blind eye to. The last, Chair, and the honorable member, I think he has said it. This is not the first, and it's not going to be the last budget that we present on infrastructure. The question would be, especially on the issues of quality that he raised. But it's not only about quality, it's about performance. Do we have the capacity to start a project, implement it, complete it, and hand it over? There are projects which were started in the last 31 years. They were delivered, quality projects, uplifting the conditions in our communities. But how many of the projects have we started and have we not completed, especially in line function departments and municipalities in particular? It's a lot. And it's something that as the National Treasury must not make us happy. And Minister and DG, we had a meeting with your officials in one of the regular meetings that we have with the Treasury. And in one of those meetings, they said to us, look, we have all the tracking mechanisms. We can follow up the money, how the money is being spent. We can follow up every project. We can tell you. And I remember I asked that question and somebody said to me in their response that, no, we may not be able to present to you a report department by department what they are doing or municipality by municipality what they are doing. But if you come, we can show you how we track everything. Let me tell you, the reality on the ground is not what we see in our systems. There are incomplete housing projects. There are incomplete structures, either by local government or by those line function departments. And they paint a very bad picture about the government that we are leading. Massive projects. A project just gets halted. For 4 or 5 years, nobody gets an explanation why this project is halted. What efforts are there? I mean, just to gather people and inform them that we have intended to build you a stadium here is now halted because of the following reasons. But look, it's our commitment that we will resolve all the problems that are there, and once we are ready, we'll come back to you. But those things do not happen. We disappear, all of us, at the level of government. And sometimes it's even worse when communities write to all levels of government, but they never get any response as to what the status of those projects would be. I'm just saying to you that it's a very good thing, like Honorable Squad is saying here, that look, we have now gone over $1 trillion rands in terms of infrastructure allocation. But it's going to require that we get our boots on If there is any uniform that we must wear, let's wear that uniform and get to the projects and follow the money exactly where it is spent. If we want to alleviate the conditions that our people are facing, especially poverty and unemployment, the minister has correctly said that infrastructure is one of the avenues where we can be able to absorb job-seeking South Africans. But if the project is there, but the money does not follow the project, people will wait there for employment. It will never happen. So I'm just saying at your level, we have a monitoring department, bring your heads together and come back to South Africans and say, this is how we are going to make the trillions of rands available to uplift the general conditions that you face. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Molefe.
Thank you, Chair. Let me acknowledge the presence of the Minister, the Deputy Ministers, the DG, the Head of SARS, and yourselves, Chairpersons. Firstly, our point of departure is that we really need a paradigm shift. And part of the paradigm shift must involve looking at last year's budget speech and looking at last year's promises in the budget review and assessing as Parliament whether those were achieved or whether those were just words that were spoken to just get the process through and get us to just rubber stamp a process. I think that is very important, Chair, going forward, that we should really start the year by not getting a forward-looking budget speech, but by getting an input from the Treasury about what is it that was said last year and how have we achieved, and what are the key performance indicators on the matters that were said. For example, slide 22 of the DG's presentation this morning talks about the budget reaffirms government's commitment to increasing living standards. So what are the key KPIs of increased living standards? And how will we be able to measure that these were not just words that were spoken in the last slide of the DG's presentation at this meeting on this Friday, but that these were words that had gravitas, that had that were spoken with conviction, and that they were followed by deeds. Because I think that is part of the problem with what we do in South Africa, is that we have wonderful plans, but our execution sadly lags. My second set of questions relates to the debt. Now that the budget is not approved and that we are on day 1 month and 23 days without the budget in the new fiscal year, how is that going to affect the borrowing program for the year? Because the borrowing, as far as I remember, is done by bond auctions that are conducted every week. Has Treasury been conducting bond auctions in the last 1.5 months? And under what authority? Because I think the authority in the legislation is the authority to spend up to 45% of last year's budget, to spend and not to borrow. It doesn't talk about borrowing. So I'm just wondering if there has been any bond auctions that have been conducted, and under what authority were they conducted, legislative authority? And if not, how has the inability to borrow in the last 1 month and 23 days, and in fact, it's going to be, because this process will go on until the 31st of July, according to the latest, so until July. So that is like for a quarter of the year of no borrowing, if the borrowing is not being done. But if it is being done, under what authority is it being done? Thirdly, I want to add on to the question of Honorable Khanyane. kgomo ya ho dula le dikolobe. What strategies do we have as the National Treasury to reduce debt service costs? Strategies. So what are we doing to the bond portfolio? What are we doing to the yield curve? How are we managing the yield curve? How are we managing maturities to make sure that we can reduce debt service costs? Ironically, we don't necessarily see our debt levels as being very high at 72% and growing to 77%. The average in the world is close to 100%, both in emerging markets and in developed markets. So at 72%, I think we still have some headroom for increasing debt, but our debt service cost is the problem. Our debt service costs are the high, which talk to the efficiency of the management of our debt as well as the costs related to it. Countries with debt service costs as relative to GDP that is higher than ours manage to keep their debt service costs lower. And so the question is, what is it that they're doing that we are not doing? And how do we do risk management in the management of our liabilities? Thirdly, I see that the IPPs contributed, IPPs liabilities were reduced, contingent liabilities were reduced from 213 billion rand last year to now 190 billion projected for this 2025. What accounts for that? Because I believe that the IPP program is going ahead, and as the IPP program is going ahead, we continue to issue government guarantees to solar and wind farmers. So I just want detail on how that reduction happened. And also the RAF contingent liability is increasing from 368 billion to 384 billion, which is more than a third of a trillion rand in RAF contingent liabilities. And these contingent liabilities are the things that can actually collapse the state later on if they materialize. So we are interested to know what accounts for that increase in the RAF contingent liabilities, and in the light of what the honorable member earlier said about the fuel tax and the RAF, how does that play out? Chair, growth is now projected to be 1.4%, which is half a percentage point, a whole half a percentage point less than what was projected a month ago. Now, a month ago, most of the people who came to the public hearing said that the Treasury growth projections are unrealistic. And the Treasury disagreed. So was it just a paper disagreement or a disagreement that was indeed not based on fact and thorough, dispassionate modeling of the economy? Or was it just a disagreement because the number had been put down, it came from wherever it came from and it had to be defended? Because that is not how we should approach budgeting. As you know—
Kindly conclude, Honorable Molefe.
Yes. Chair, the other statement that was made was renewable energy could drive economic growth. I don't know how that will happen with renewable energy projects in wind and solar having an energy availability factor of 30%. As soon as the sun goes down, solar is not available. So how is that going to contribute to economic growth? And lastly, Chair, what happened to the nuclear procurement program? Is it budgeted for? Are we proceeding? Because I think that the Minister of Energy had announced the RFP or a request for information, one of the two. So Chair, I'll stop there for now and then I'll—
Thank you, Honorable Molefe. Honorable Mwali.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. I won't repeat what my colleagues have covered already. I'll just emphasize on the issue of the economic growth. Part of the presentation from the budget from the minister said our economy needs to grow to create employment. Chairperson, it is my view that it should be the other way around instead. We should create employment, or we should create jobs to achieve economic growth. Because really, how do you then achieve economic growth if people are sitting at home? If people are not working, how does then that contributes to economic growth? Really, because if you have if you have low GDP, then you have low taxes. And if you have low taxes, then you have less money for expenditure. Then if you have less for expenditure, then you have less development. So I'm definitely of the view that it should be the other way around, that we create employment that will contribute to economic growth. And this is supported by the NDP proposals that by 2030, we want to create 11 million jobs. By 2030, we want to decrease the inequality to a Gini coefficient of 0.6. By 2030, we want to decrease the unemployment percentage to 0.6. But we are in 2025 with unemployment rate at over 40%. And then the question is, how then the department works around this 1.4 economic growth this year? If you look at the past 10 years, we could not even achieve the economic growth targets for the past 10 years. You couldn't achieve it. Then if you can take this country into confidence as to how are you going to achieve this 1.4%, if in the past 10 years you couldn't, because at least you have the past to look at so that we know what will happen in the future. So if we look at the past, you couldn't achieve the economic growth percentage that you've set yourself. Then how are you going to achieve this one? And what is even more fascinating about this whole process is that on the 12th of March, the minister presented a growth projection of 1.9. And then on the 21st of May, the minister presented a growth percentage of 1.4. Then what happened with this was 0.5 change. How did it happen in this short space of time? What happened there? If you can take us into confidence, what happened? What contributed to this change in such a short space of time? Or are we sitting with a situation where we are going to have projections that are going to be shared with this committee that we know definitely are never going to be achieved, like the past 12 or 10 years? So maybe as I close, I want to quote this one. John Maynard Keynes, he once said, look after employment and the budget will look after itself. So if this economy or if this budget can look after employment, the rest will be covered. But not particularly only employment and other components that contribute to economic growth, but particularly this one. People are sitting at home and they're listening to all these big terms, all these big words, but they never come to realization because people are sitting at home, people are not working. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mwali. Honorable Wesley.
Thank you, Honorable Chairs. When we look at the 74.4 billion rand increase in non-interest expenditure, but you are withdrawing or not increasing VAT zero rating, it's a challenge. Our people are poor, our people are hungry. We need more goods that are used on a day-to-day basis to be zero rated, and to ensure that people actually have flour to be zero rated. Data, something like data is an important thing that's not being zero rated in South Africa. There are many other things that really need to be zero rated. And then when you hike fuel levies, that increases all the living expenses without giving people the real tacit relief. And I think what we want to see from this budget is we want to make sure that this regressive and austerity budget, which takes away from the poor, actually starts looking at how we can solve the problems of unemployment. There's nothing in this budget that says we're going to create X amount of 100 or 1,000 jobs, etc., in this way or that way. There's no large scale, massive infrastructure development programs that we can point to that says, yes, where we're going to create a whole lot of jobs, etc. So from an MK point of view, you know, we want to see an expanded VAT zero-rated basket. And we want to make sure that the chairpersons actually look at what's in the interest of the people, the poorest of the poor. As much as we have macroeconomic issues and we're looking at bigger issues, we have to look at things like how we're going to look at the SRD grant going forward. It's only guaranteed for a year now, but our people are so poor and they're so hungry, they need support going forward. So from our perspective, I think I want to leave it there, Mr. Chair, because I have some of my other colleagues that are going to be giving some good inputs. But we have the highest unemployment rate in the world with 32.1%, and most of those are youth. And we don't see this budget as servicing the needs of the youth. So I think I'll leave it there, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Majola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the Minister of Finance for the report and all staff from the National Treasury who was part of this very long and exhausting process. Madam Chair, my question is around the division of revenue. And I will also be standing on the NCOP perspective. Madam Chair, we are just on the second phase of the budget process. Out of the many that are still coming. From the NCOP perspective, we are still going to take this draft budget to our respective provinces. Madam Chair, the issue of division of revenue, in particular in terms of the allocation to provinces, will form part of our discussions when it comes to the canvassing of the mandate to the provinces. Madam Chair, in terms of the report, it states that these allocations are done according to the formula which incorporate the following factors: the demographics and development consideration. It also further take into consideration the demographic requirements and also the number of households, the number of poor households and the service delivery need. Madam Chair, one will assume with regards to the three factors that it requires some form of a data from state SA or anywhere where that state can be required. I want to check, Madam Chair, with regards to the allocations that we are given here for the 8.042 and 9.8% as to how reliable is the source used in terms of arriving into this allocation in terms of national, provincial, and local. And maybe we need a footprint in our follow-up reports in terms of which data has been used, what year, and how reliable. Madam Chair, because if we don't, if we're doing this exercise,
there will be some consequences with regards to that. We will take this money in a form of fiscal dumping to the provinces or to the local municipality. There comes the financial, the provincials or the municipalities are unable to spend this. Let us not wait for Auditor General to come with an unexpended expenditure. There comes the financial year, but let us be proactive in terms of making sure that we allocate each and every cent where there is a need, which is influenced by the reliable information. And Madam Chair, at some instances, if we just allocate funds to the provinces or in other levels of the government where are not a priority to allocate it there, they will be subject to the regular or wasteful expenditure. So those are the issues that comes with the thumb sucking in terms of the Division of Revenue Act. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Majola. Honorable Van Rooyen.
Thank you very much, Chair, and your cohort of other chairpersons. We are moving from VAT increase to fuel levy increase. The million-dollar question is who's fooling who? As MK Party, our position is very clear. We think National Treasury, under the leadership of Minister Kodongwana, seems to be taking South Africa for a fool, or South Africans at least for a fool. We are saying this, Chairperson, because it doesn't require a rocket science or maybe a rocket scientist to determine that firstly, fuel levy is an indirect tax. And it's not just an indirect tax, but it's a very, very regressive one because of its multiplier effect. Fuel levy increases the price of fuel. And we all know what is indirectly affected by that. Ukudla, transport, and who's using this transport? Who's buying a lot of this food? Poor households, those that we claim to be representing and championing their cause here, are adversely affected because the last percentage of their disposable income is used on these items. So you can't come in here and say, this is a pro-poor, a people-centered budget. We are very clear as MK that as South Africans, we are taken for a fool. And I think, Minister, you know very well that how does the cost of transport affects workers? I mean, you are a former trade unionist. The mobility of workers is adversely affected by any increase on transport cost. Tate Masondo, as a scholar of economics, but also a Communist Party leader, I hope you are still one, or maybe you still carry the DNA of a communist at least. You know very well the impact of this increase on the people that you claim to be championing their cause. This indirect tax is extremely regressive in the sense that it's going to have a negative impact on production input. The input costs are going to rise as a result of this regressive move. And as they rise, definitely we know that our unpatriotic business sector will pass on these increases to the consumers through higher prices for the goods that the people will be buying from them, but also for services that they will be providing. I don't think they will have any other option but to do that, because their assignment is the bottom line, which is to realize profit. Then the question is, where is this poor budget that the minister has been telling the world of? Where is this people-centered budget that National Treasury is advocating to be captured in this budget speech? We want to grow economy. How are you going to grow economy if our mobility of our people will be restricted by high cost of transport? How are you going to grow economy if the unemployed, those who don't have money, won't have money even to travel, to go for interviews? Let's be practical. Stop fooling South Africans. This budget is not a poor budget. This budget, I can tell you next year, honorable members, because I know some of you have been whipped by those who are in control of this GNU relationship of yours. We will be here addressing the worst case scenario of the South African economic landscape because of this nonsensical proposal that has been tabled to the nation. In the long run, or maybe the immediate, because I can see Treasury seems to be suffering from the poverty of ideas in terms of dealing with the budget process. You are running for quick lying, low hanging fruits, which is the vulnerable. Of course, you'll realize the revenue that you are projecting. But in the long run, the danger is that economic growth that we all need, the job creation that we all need, will not be realized. As if this is not enough, Honorable Mauto said something very important. We raised this thing. You seem not to be listening. Even majority of the people who came to public hearings raised this thing. You haven't considered the submission of looking into the personal income tax aspect, because we said without inflationary adjustment for tax tax brackets, the increases that will be realized by the working class will be meaningless. So it's clear that you might be listening to someone, but not the people that you claim to be leading. But anyway, we all know now who's in charge. We know who's owning GNU. That's why we are surprised by the sudden about 10 of DA to support this particular burdensome budget, process. How do you say you don't support VAT because you take care of the poor? But the most regressive indirect tax system get the first support from you. Then you expect us to take you serious. This is hypocritical. If not whimsical, I mean, this is laughable. It's clear that the masters and the owners of GNU have cracked the whip.
1 minute, Honorable Van Rooyen.
Well, we still have a lot to say, but what you should know, Chairperson, is that this doesn't come closer. This budget speech doesn't come closer to assisting this country going forward. In fact, this was more of a fireplace story where our people were taken for a ride. This is not a budget speech that should be supported. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Van Rooyen. Colleagues, before taking hands from the co-chairpersons, can I get an indication from those that are on the virtual platform through you raising a hand if you want to ask a question or make a comment on the presentation from the National Treasury? Anyone on the virtual platform? Members of the portfolio committees in provinces, I see Honorable Gama. You may come in. You are the only one that has raised a hand, meaning on the virtual platform will only have yourself speaking on the presentation. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. My question really is around these GDP growth numbers. The minister in his verbal or oral presentation talked about 0.8%. And in the budget, it's 1.4%. 1 month ago, as indicated by Honorable Mlife, it was 1.9%. Which of these numbers is the correct one, and what is it that is going to fuel these numbers? In the budget speech, he indicated that the infrastructure, which is a source of jobs in construction, engineering, and related industries, would, over a 3-year period, have expenditure that exceeds 1 trillion rands. Could we be given some specifics in terms of what exactly is this infrastructure spending going to be on? It's not enough to say it's transport and logistics, energy and water. What specific projects have actually been identified that will drive this, and at what stage of feasibility are these? Because we could just be told about projects that have not even, where there are no environmental impact assessments that have been done and they've not been approved. But we get told that there's 1 trillion rand worth of expenditure that will be put into the economy. I would like to understand that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson, and I'll do my best. I'll be as quick as possible. I want to table before this House, I hope the Minister of Finance, I want to table a proposal about how we best process this issue of the spending reviews. Because DG, whilst I accept the principle of the spending reviews, how GTech have approached them, the reanalyzing those. The President's announcement and the Minister of Finance's announcement, concurrent with what you have raised today, I think that would be amiss if it did not include a parliamentary input upfront rather than post facto. And why I say that is that were you to structure it similarly to how you would think about the JSC as an argument, whilst that has different prescripts, I do think that you can't do spending reviews absent of the medium-term development plan. Otherwise, against what are you measuring this? You can't do spending reviews against not knowing the historical spending patterns or actually being able to make any meaningful input into the prospective budget tabling as an argument. Because I think there's deficits in the Money Bills and Related Matters Act and how they work. There are deficits in these timelines, and I think those need correction. So I want to implore the Minister of Finance to say, when we do the spending reviews, there are certain things that as parliamentarians we need to take account for, because there are choices that have to be made here. You can't ask Treasury to say, well, fine, the SRD is maturing next year, and these are the different choices. And then we as parliamentarians can walk away scot-free and say, we haven't accounted for certain decisions that we have to make. So I'm wanting to make that proposal that the structuring of the spending reviews be something that we spend a number of days thinking about how it works. It has a strong parliamentary program so that eventually, whatever the outcome of that is and whatever committee it comes back into, that there's been proper work being done. Because the Minister of Finance raises in the budget speech to say there'll be some additional funding potentially for a national dialogue in the second half of the year. Whatever the outputs of that national dialogue are, have to find expression into annual performance plans, etc. And I'm wanting to argue that let us be collaborative so that this new world of coalition politics does not have to suffer the consequences of budget 1 and budget 2, and then we keep going. So it's just a proposal I want to make. But I want to ask the Commissioner of SARS, money is one input into your processes. I would like to hear from you, what are some of the tax processes that you are wanting to put in place going into the next year, and how you hope to improve revenue collection? Because we can upgrade digital systems, what other ones are on the table? Because I'd like to hear your views even about SACU. I want to hear your views about some of the customs processing. There seems to be some challenges there. So I'd really like to hear you bring us into your confidence as to how you think going into the next year, we can improve revenue collections and what additional sources sit into that. I guess in the principle of multiple reviews, there is another conversation about the outer year, which DG, if it's possible for us, especially in committees, to be able to be furnished with the population data that goes into that outer year. Because to be honest with you, if we all obsess about this year's budget, it really, in some ways, limits the ability we can be able to do in the inner year and the outer year. And then the last point I want to make was the question of the fuel review, because at some level, yes, we can talk about the fuel levy that's been put on the table, but the issue of the fuel review in how it's now calculated is been some things that the president has announced, et cetera, and I'm not sure where we sit on that. So I'd be fascinated to understand how we go. So my question succinctly is whether, can we structure those spending reviews differently? Can we look at fuel reviews? If the Commissioner of SARS can give us what is the plan so that when we talk about accountability, we understand fully. And then as part of the fuel review question, really the road accident fund and the levels of corruption that sit there make this additional fuel levy that's been put quite painful to have to process. So I want to understand what accountability measures are we going to put at the RAF to make sure there's much more effective accountability there, because it seems as though we equally so in that space are facing some profound pressures that consumers are having to live up to. So I think the fundamental point, and I'll close with just this point, Chairperson, unless all of us sitting in this room are obsessed about growth, are obsessed about gross capital formation, levies, taxes are going to be a discussion we are going to have now and in the medium term. We have to all be obsessed about how do we grow this economy? How do we invest in infrastructure? Our failure to do so will make all budgets just become about taxation, which is a regressive conversation anyways. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Maimane. Honorable Masongeng.
Thank you, Chair, and colleagues here, chairpersons, Minister of Finance, Madiba, members of Parliament, colleagues, the two Deputy Ministers, SARS Commissioner, National Treasury officials, and SARS officials, Parliament staff. Let me welcome the presentation. The first question that I will ask will be to the SARS Commissioner, and I have sent him the WhatsApp. While I was seated here, I got a message from somebody in Bethal, Mpumalanga. Her name is Sesintombi. She said, I see you on TV. Please, Chairperson of Finance, assist us. SARS is ripping us. Double taxation. We were taxed when in service. Now again on pension. I'm so stressed. My income is 70,000. Tax 31,000. Is it gross or net? 39,000. So what is this thing? So I think you got it, Commissioner. You got the question. So I'm asking this question on behalf of the South African pensioner, because we have been voted by them. So the Commissioner will respond. and have been largely covered by Honorable Maimane on the next question that I was going to ask on the economic growth. So let me not go there, and other colleagues have spoken about that. The question that I would like, or the comment, let me not say a question, is on the slide on the infrastructure reform and investment that will support growth over the medium term. There is the issue of PPPs. Regulations are being streamlined and so on and so on. It will be important because I see the last statement said it will be shared with the public. As parliamentarians, we are interested on this process as to what are these PPPs all about. There has been models before. Maybe this one is a different model. Our interest will be how will they be able to make sure that they don't leave behind SMEs. Because I see here it's about 1 billion, and so billion has got nothing to do with SMEs, it's big business. And our policy is to empower SMEs, women, youth, people with disability. And we hope that the preferential procurement policy will be catered for in the model that you are coming up with. So I think at some stage, as part of your accountability to Parliament, it will be important that you come before parliamentary committees and take us through how this private-public partnership is going to function. Lastly, I want to indicate that we as chairpersons, because there's an impression that we ignore inputs from opposition. We don't do that. We, from time to time, leaders of opposition who are part of these committees do talk to us as chairpersons and raise issues. And there was no time where we ignore them. Sometimes we engage over the phone, sometimes we engage by correspondence, including when the Minister of Finance called for submissions. Honorable Mautwe made a submission to the minister directly. She had a discussion with me that this is what I'm going to do. She was not looking for permission, but just to share with me that this is what I'm doing. And at some stage, Honorable Van Rooyen had an issue of Itala. And we wrote the letter, if you remember, to the minister to say he must respond to the issues raised by Parliament on Itala. So Honorable Van Rooyen was very strong on that matter. So I wanted to point out that we don't run committees in a manner that is draconian and not engage our colleagues. And as Mautwe said, including how we should conduct meetings, that preferably let the meetings be physical. You know, there are only 3 hybrid venues, if I'm not mistaken. It's this one, M46, and S something behind the NCOP chamber. And there are many committees of the NA and the NCOP, many. So when those hybrid venues are not available, and you find we're a joint meeting, committees, we end up resorting to virtual platform, which is the rule that the Speaker and the Chairperson of the NCOP have adopted. So I thought this is quite important, just as to indicate how we conduct business of committees. We are not rivals. We are colleagues, and we represent constituencies that have elected all of us here. So I thought, Chairperson, this how should be emphasized, and that's how we. The other time, Honorable Beck wrote a letter to me. I think it was 20-something 8. I responded to him the same day on how the money bills is going to be conducted. Thanks very much, Chairperson.
Honorable Ndlovu.
Thanks, Chairperson. Good afternoon to Honorable Minister on the virtual platform and Deputy Ministers present here, co-chairpersons, members of the committee, National Assembly and the NCOP, National Treasury and SARS, Commissioner and the delegation. Chair, my question is on the infrastructure and public investment. Public infrastructure investment over the midterm is expected to exceed 1 trillion. The budget introduces a central coordinating structure under National Treasury and reform to PPP regulations aimed at accelerating service delivery and crowding in private investment. Chair, the question is, how will the new central infrastructure coordination body improve efficiency and reduce project delays across departments and SOEs, particularly provincial and municipal infrastructure department? The other one is how will the Treasury assess and enforce the performance outcome of the new conditional grant mechanisms for municipal services? The other one, Chair, is yesterday we had a morning session, media session, whereby COSATU affiliate, I think it's how, if I'm not wrong, the union, they asked a question or a comment to SARS to say, is there no way that SARS can include the spaza shops, Commissioner? Is there no way that SARS can include the spaza shops, the taxis, and the churches? Because it is their belief as a trade union that they are not included on the SARS matters or being deducted for SARS. Like now you can hear that Honorable Masonga is complaining about the pensioner, but now these are the sectors that the union is complaining to say they are not contributing on SARS. So what is it that we are doing? And I think you must listen to the working class, because now the members are complaining to say the people, the fuel increase is going to affect the working class. So the working class is now coming with a proposal to say, look at these sectors, the churches, the taxis, and the spaza shops that are within our country. So thanks very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Ndlovu. Is the minister still in the platform? Minister, are you still there?
I'm still here, Chairperson.
Over to you, Madiba, then you will indicate as to who will take which questions.
Can I start by saying I would like the DG to allocate his team to the different questions, and the commissioner then takes, but also the DMs if they like, But what I would request, Chairperson, is that we release DM Sarupen to be going to the prepared to join NEDLEC in case I'm delayed here. He makes the necessary opening remarks there. My apologies. We don't want to rush these proceedings, but we also want to be present in NEDLEC. I've spoken to DM Sarupen to go and hold fort for us. If he leaves, you should not take issue with him. So I'm going to hand over to the DG and Commissioner. Once they finish, I'll do the pick up whatever they have not responded to. And some of the questions will probably require my specific response, and I'll take those. Over to you, DG and DMs.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Chairs, will follow our usual practice, which is I'll ask the teams to cover their areas, and then I'll come in at the end and make some remarks on my side. Perhaps we can start with Boipuso, who's Head of Economic Policy and International Cooperation, on the questions around the growth numbers and so on, and then we can take the other team members from there. Thank you.
Thank you, DG. Honorable Chairs, honorable members, Minister DMs. We received a few questions regarding both, primarily regarding the growth outlook, what's changed, and how we can sort of clarify for the honorable members how to think about these forecasts and their reliability in the context of macro fiscal planning. I will take those and respond in three parts with your permission. The first is to provide one point of clarity. One of the questions we were asked, one of the comments that was made was effectively that there might be an incentive from a macro fiscal planning perspective to estimate growth more strongly than it actually is in order to support contractionary budgets. On a point of clarity, to clarify, when we estimate nominal GDP, which determines the size of the fiscal envelope, generally stronger nominal GDP or stronger forecasts tend to be associated with more expansionary budgets because they tend to be associated with stronger tax bases. So the question was a little bit difficult to follow from that perspective, but may be useful to provide that clarification point. The second, in terms of changes to the macroeconomic forecasts between the last time we presented and now, the first is to indicate that at the time of the 12th of March, we'd indicated in the footnotes to the table that came with the macroeconomic outlook, and also had discussed in this forum, among others, that some of the data required in order for us to update the macroeconomic projections were not available when we were compiling that baseline. That data has since been made available and has been incorporated into the baseline. And we had that conversation. Specifically, I'm referring here to the fourth quarter GDP outlook, which has significant consequences for how we think about the growth outlook. So that's since been incorporated. The second major development relates to the global environment that the DG spoke to in the presentation. We've since seen significant headwinds to global growth, primarily as a result to shocks as a result of escalation of trade tensions, which have had consequences for global economic activity and subsequently our view of domestic economic activity, which we present in Chapter 2, as well as in the annexures associated with the budget documentation to give, and this is to the question that we were asked around how do we think about some of the changes and the underlying assumptions of the macro framework. They are publicly available. They are printed in Chapter 2 of the documentation, as well as the annexure, to give not only a sense of how we think we are going to attain our growth outlook, but also to give a sense of what informs how we get to those conclusions, both of which are in the documentation and publicly available. We're happy to engage further if there are any follow-up questions regarding this data and documentation that came out with the budget publication. The final is in relation to the question around the veracity or the reliability of the Treasury's forecasts. As we'd indicated in our previous engagements, our analysis, but also the analysis of independent examiners of the forecast of the National Treasury have found that our forecasts are generally fit for purpose. They tend to be more reliable than our competitors in our in-year projections, and they tend to be as good as other projectors or forecasters over the medium term. So in general, our forecasts are good, our forecast errors are low, and don't generally exhibit an outlier bias, meaning they aren't necessarily higher than or lower than other forecasters, and subsequently bring us to the conclusion that our forecasts are fit for purpose. The second question we received was in relation to the inflation target and the National Treasury's view on lowering it. The first is to say our initial reaction or our initial observation is that low and stable inflation is good for economic growth, it's good for citizens, it's good for economic activity. Subsequently, as part of our macroeconomic policy review that was published last year, one of the things that we spoke about was in relation to how our inflation differential fares in relation to some of our key trading partners. And one of the things that we'd indicated we would do from a recommendations perspective as part of our ongoing macroeconomic policy analysis was to investigate in conjunction with the team at the Reserve Bank any changes, if required, to the inflation targeting framework as part of our general macroeconomic policy updates. We've since done that work and it's ongoing. Our view has been and continues to be, if any changes are required to the macroeconomic framework, those need to be informed by evidence. That evidence is currently being collected and collated across teams. And if any policy announcements are to be made, and I don't want to preempt anything, again, in line with the fact that any outcomes or conclusions that we come to will be led by the evidence as a result of this joint work. They will be done in a way that is clear and provides adequate forward guidance and doesn't shock society or any stakeholders in the process. So in brief, our view is that this work should be informed by evidence, and that evidence is currently being collated. That work is ongoing, both within the Treasury and with the Central Bank's economic research team. Thank you.
Thank you, Boipuso. I'll ask MP, who's the head of the Office of the General Counsel, to just come in on the honourable member's question on the authority to borrow. MP?
Good day, chairpersons and members of the committee. Yes, the power of the minister to borrow money is located in Section 71 of the Public Finance Management Act, which allow the minister to borrow money, for example, to finance deficits, to refinancing maturing debt, and to maintain credit balances in the National Revenue Fund. Now, the payments in terms of direct charges, these kind of payments to repay loans and so on, are direct charges against the National Revenue Fund. So it's not appropriated funds. So the borrowing powers of the minister in terms of these provisions are not linked to the authority for departments to spend money pending the adoption of the budget, which I think committee may have been briefed on that for the first 4 months. It's 45%, and then every month thereafter, if the budget is still not adopted, it's 10% every month. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MP. And just to add to that, as a result of that, the borrowing program has continued from the start of this financial year. Let me now turn to Chris, who heads up our Tax and Financial Sector Policy Division, to deal with those tax and related questions. Chris?
Thank you. Good afternoon, honourable chairs, honourable members. There are a few questions on tax. I think the first one was on the personal income tax brackets, also asking how much it is generating. This has been called a silent tax or a stealth tax. We're not trying to hide away that it raises money. We try and be as transparent and open as we can. On page 13 of the budget overview in table 7, we indicate how much we expect to raise, and we've put a figure of 15.5 billion in there for 25 at 26. On the fuel levy, this hasn't been adjusted since the 7th of April 2021. The current increase is in line with expected inflation of around 4%. In our view, this isn't a replacement of the VAT increase. The VAT increase was anticipated to raise 75 billion over the next 3 years. This figure of 4% increase in the fuel levy would increase the amount of revenue compared to the 12th March budget of around 12 billion for the 3 years. So it's a much smaller amount. There are a lot of other comments about the regressivity of the tax and the fact that it does apply to everyone and consumers will feel it. A lot of those points are valid. It's a difficult tax. We've been trying to avoid it, as you can see through the non-adjustments over the past 4 years. But in a scenario where such a large amount of revenue is missing from the removal of the VAT increases, it was one of the options that needed to be considered and was increased in line with inflation. There was points about the alternative revenue proposals. We did receive a lot of those after the 12th March budget. We had a response to this committee on the 28th of March, where we did slides which covered a lot of those proposals. For example, why didn't we increase personal income tax rates? Why didn't we increase corporate income tax rates? Why didn't we introduce a wealth tax? Those responses we provided in those slides, for example, to show that our personal income tax rates are very high, especially for a developing economy country. Our corporate income taxes are also very high, and other countries have been trending down, and we have not been able to stick with them to be competitive. This reduces our growth, it reduces our employment, it reduces our competitiveness, which is why we didn't go there. We also mentioned in those slides that there are numerous taxes on the wealthy. We've got very high personal income tax rates. We've got estate duties. We've got donations tax. We've got dividends tax, capital gains tax, transfer duties, ad valorem duties on luxury goods, taxes on trusts. Every one of those taxes I've just mentioned have been increased in the past 10 years. We also have tax trusts at 45%. There's capital gains and property tax rates on all land. These are options we have looked at and considered. And we will consider again. At the moment, we don't think it's prudent to be raising these taxes, but we need 20 billion in the next budget, in the 2026 budget. And that 20 billion, we will look at these alternative revenue proposals. We are hoping to have a more consultative approach to the potential tax measures that we can use, and we will assess those and consider them. So they're certainly not off the table, but they haven't been used up to now. There was a question on the zero rating of flour. We did actually expand the zero rated basket in 2019 to include wheat flour and cake flour. The current basket is actually very well targeted to poorer households, which is why it's difficult to expand it much further. If you expand the basket much further, a lot of that revenue that is lost is going to go to higher income households. There are a couple of other questions on the FATF grey list. The best possible outcome would be for us to achieve the last 2 remaining action items of the 22 action items. If we get those 2 and they get passed in the plenary in June next month, there'd be an on-site visit and we could potentially be off the grey list by the end of the year. The worst case scenario is that we still cannot achieve those last 2 action items related to continuous monitoring and effective implementation of measures to combat terrorism activity and money laundering. But we are confident that we can make progress there. There was another question on alternative financing arrangements for infrastructure. And related to Regulation 28, we are hoping to publish a discussion document on this alternative financing arrangements for infrastructure. It will focus more on the types of products that are available, as well as the type of structures in order to enhance investments that could potentially be made by pension funds into infrastructure. For example, the Regulation 28 was previously amended to allow infrastructure investments of up to 45%, which was a which could create more freedom for those funds to invest in these types of investments, but they haven't done so. So we need to do some other types of activities to spur that on, and we could potentially do that with other types of investment vehicles or products. Thank you, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Chris. Can we now turn to Okhala Litseng from the Intergovernmental Relations Division to deal with the questions on the equitable share, the census data, and so on? Thanks.
Okay, thank you, DG. Thank you, the chairpersons, members, Minister, DMs. I'll start with Honorable Tambo's question.
Microphone.
Okay. I'll start with the question on the division of revenue across the three spheres of government. Just to indicate that obviously I'm sure members are aware that local government has got revenue powers provided in the Constitution. And if you look at the budget of local government overall for the 2024-25, which is the current financial year that is ending end of June, their budget is 650 billion. And the transfers from national government is 167.7 billion. So therefore, they are collecting approximately 480 billion. And we still believe that obviously because there are a lot of leakages in the system, they can collect more than what they're collecting. And if you look at that 650 billion and look at what provinces are, their budget is overall, including their revenue as well, it's 769 billion. So therefore, they're not so far apart. And if you look at, if we have now to add all revenues into the split across the three spheres, if we add that revenue, the share of local government goes to 28%, provinces, it becomes 33%, and then the national government, it goes to 39%. But we acknowledge that obviously that those rural municipalities are not able to, do not have more revenue raising given where they operate. So therefore, if you look at the allocations per capita, we allocate more to poorer municipalities than the richer ones, if you like. Maybe on the numerical cuts to education and health, just to indicate that there were no cuts to budgets to those sectors. The reduction was only on the additional funds that were meant to assist them with the pressures in compensation of employees. And we do believe that, or confident that with that, they'll be able to address the pressures they have and the mechanisms like early retirement that they can use. But also maybe on the earlier question on the local government, that also we're busy with the local government fiscal framework review as well. On the issue of what are we doing to non-payment of pension contributions to pension funds of municipalities, there are a number of mechanisms, and part of what we use now in March with withheld the equitable share and gave them in tranches to ensure that they pay over those monies for the workers, because essentially that's the money for the workers that they need to pay over, and then ultimately we gave them all the money. In terms of the issue of the population changes from Honorable Ryder, really here that the minister spoke about in the speech, it relates to the three provinces, which is Gauteng, Northwest, and Free State. And in this regard, with regards to Free State, they had the lowest growth in terms of their population numbers. But with regards to Gauteng and Northwest, there was a loss of numbers. If you look at the previous stats data we used to the current. So therefore, there's across these three provinces, there is a loss of 10 billion that they're losing. So therefore, we're saying if they could be compensated, kind of be cushioned, if you like, so that they don't, they're still able to deliver the services to the residents of those provinces. And this is not a new thing. We have done it previously when, after 2011 census, as you recall, that KZN used to receive the biggest amount in the country. When it now shifted to Gauteng being the first, then we cushioned those provinces that lost the money at that particular point in time to ensure that there's still service delivery in those provinces. In terms of the question from Honorable Majola about the information that we use yes, the data from SSA as well as from sectors like education, because we need to know how many learners are in school. But we use that along this data as well as in health in terms of the usage of the public facilities in that regard. So we believe that the information that we use is reliable. Let me check. I think probably that's all that I have, DG. Thank you.
Thank you. We can now move to Ulrika, who heads up a lot of our work on the infrastructure reforms, as well as the Metro Trading Services program, to respond to some of those questions. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairs and committee members. So in relation to the question on accelerating PPPs, there are three notable things that we are doing. The first is we are reducing the regulatory burden on smaller PPPs, so PPPs below 2 billion rand. We are standardizing the framework for unsolicited proposals, specifically in how those are engaged with, as opposed to it just kind of lying somewhere, nobody not being sure what to do with it. And the third is we are clarifying the advisory services of PPP units that should enable building capacity in processing PPPs. There's been a series of questions that relates to the quality and the efficiency of infrastructure spending. The first step in dealing with all of this is improving the quality of the reporting. So we are reviewing the reporting mechanisms for infrastructure. This, of course, is being done in a way that does not undermine the authority of accounting officers and the responsibility of accounting officers in relation to ensuring efficiency and effectiveness of spending within their programs. But by improving the quality of reporting, of course, we're improving the quality of information that would allow us to know where that, or allow us to kind of focus on strengthening the parts of the system or where there are specific weaknesses. Of course, it allows us to also do benchmarking in specific projects and programs. That then gives us better information on how do we kind of fill up gaps that may sit within capacity situations where we don't have issues with municipalities or provinces, or maybe even national departments, on contractual management, oversight, and in any of the kind of penalties that goes with failure to implement efficiently and effectively. And the last question is really around the trading services and the performance-based grants. There's a component here that's largely operational in how the Treasury does its work. But in the performance-based grants, we are explicitly creating conditions around performance that then changes the way we think about municipalities and the expectations that are created within their own performance metrics that they then set. This includes how we communicate what they're foregoing, and that changes the accountability mechanisms. And by doing all of that, what we're really doing is we're changing the assessment methodology that improves the credibility of the plans, that improves the credibility of how municipalities set the targets, and then, of course, how we then report on that in the broader ecosystem of the infrastructure reporting reforms that we are putting in place. Thanks.
Thanks, Ulrika. Ravesh, who heads up the asset and liability management team, you may want to come in on some of those SOE-related questions.
Good afternoon. Thanks, DG. Good afternoon to the honorable members. So there were a few questions on, I think the first one was from Honorable Burke around Transnet in terms of the conditions itself. So there are actually 32 conditions, not 22. And they have met 29 conditions, and they are far advanced in terms of meeting 3 more conditions, which is around the corporatization of TNPA, the ports. There's also the sale of non-core assets, and also the rolling stock leasing company, which they're also working towards. Your question around if they do not meet conditions, what happens then is that obviously we have a challenge in terms of the entity will not be able to then be allowed to draw down. So it's in their interest to ensure that the conditions are met. We all meet on a monthly basis to ensure that they are progressing and they meet the conditions. In fact, we also report to SCOA on a quarterly basis in terms of compliance to the guarantee conditions as well. So I think we are due for a next update in the next quarter in terms of compliance to those conditions and also to the recapitalization conditions. To the Honorable Member Molefe, in terms of IPPs, in terms of the reduction, I think it's from 266 billion, I think it's 229 billion to 166 billion in 27-28. The reason for that reduction is you have a mature market at the moment. So basically, there's not that need for such a requirement in terms of government guarantees from a 100% perspective. So what you're seeing now is that the REIT market is much more mature. There's no need for that quantum of guarantees as you proceed with a much more mature market. Honorable Chair, members, I think that's the two questions from my side. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Ravesh. Marumo, who's the head of the budget office, do you want to come in on some of those fiscal questions? Thanks.
No, thanks, DG. Good afternoon to the chairpersons of the four committees, of the members, deputy ministers, minister, and other colleagues that are here with us today. I think the first question that I will start with was around the primary surplus and the risks that might affect us achieving that surplus. I think one of the risks that might affect the primary surplus over time might be any big downward revisions to our revenue outlooks over the MTF. I mean, if we were to take a knock on our outlook without matching it with any downward revisions to expenditure, I mean, what that will do is that it will increase our budget deficit, reduce our primary surplus, and then also increase our gross borrowing requirements. So that is the biggest risk that might affect us being able to achieve this primary surplus. I think in terms of the issues around whether it's an austerity budget or not and the growth rates, I mean, the minister made the point in page 2 of the speech that the budget or the non-interest expenditure will grow by 5.4% over the next 3 years on average, and in real term by about 0.8% over the period. So the budget in real term is not necessarily declining, but increasing. Hence, we make the point that this is not an austerity budget. And then there was also a question around how we used to deal with the issues around wage increases in the past through a vote that was called an improvement in condition of services vote. And this was the budgeting approach that was used prior to 1999. So and before the introduction of the PFMA. But with the MTF process being adopted and being improved over time, that approach was abandoned in favor of allowing accounting officers and the departments to make their own projections or the projections in their own baselines to ensure that, I mean, there is a much better predictability in those MTF estimates. So previously, what used to happen is that the monies that was earmarked for improvement in condition of services used to be pulled together into a single vote that was managed centrally by the then Department of Public Service, and that money will then be dispersed once a wage agreement has been settled, and then allocation been made to the department. I think the question is that if we were to adopt the same approach, will this assist us in dealing with any above inflation increases moving forward? And I think the answer is no for that question, because wage setting in the public service is a function of a collective bargain. Even if we were to pool these funds into a single vote, we will still need to go into a bargain process, with labor. And the outcome of that bargain process will be the ones that informed the final amount that will increase the wages of the public servants. So even if you were to pull these funds,
My chief, I think they're struggling to hear you. I'm struggling to hear you. So if you just directionally into the mic, that's helpful.
Oh, okay.
Restart the answer.
Okay, apologies. Apologies. Okay. What I was saying, and apologies, honorable member, what I was saying is that this was an approach that was adopted prior 1999, or the introduction of the PFMA. And the approach that was adopted then was to, instead of allocating these funds upfront as part of the MTF processes, the funds were pooled into a single vote that was managed by the Department of the Public Service Administration at the time. And these funds will then be allocated once the bargain process has been concluded. And I'm saying, and your question, I guess, was that if we were to go back and use and adopt the same approach that was adopted then, will this be able to assist us in arresting all these above inflation increases moving forward? And my answer to that question is a no, because wage setting in the public service is a function of a bargain process. So even if you put this fund aside upfront, you will still need to go and bargain with the unions. And that process works on the basis of mandates. So as the employer, the state as the employer will go with its own mandate, and the labor as the employees will come with their own mandate. And there are only two outcomes that we can achieve from that process. The one outcome that we can achieve is that you can settle as part of that bargain process. And settlements always, and as we've seen in the past, they always comes with a premium over and above what would have made provision for in the budget. It has always been the case, number one. Number two, the other outcome that you can achieve in the event that you are unable to agree with labor on this premium, what the state can do in terms of the Public Service Act is that it can unilaterally implement whatever that it would have put forward in this, if we adopt the same approach, whatever that we have put forward in this vote. So we can unilaterally implement that, as we have done so in the past. The first unilateral implementation was done in 1999. And then the second one was done in 2022, 2023 financial year, where because we couldn't agree with the unions on the amount that needed to be, on the percentage that we could settle on, what the state did is that it activated a clause that is currently exists in the Public Service Act. And you went ahead and unilaterally implement its final offer that get tabled in the bargain council because of the affordability issues. However, both these outcomes have got their own consequences. The first one, the settlement one, the consequence is that it always affects the fiscal framework, because if you settle over and above what we budgeted for, then the fiscal framework takes a negative knock with regard to that. The other one is that if you unilaterally implement, what that tends to do, as it has done in 2022, is that it tends to activate an industrial action from organized labor. And that on its own does tend to have a negative implications on the receivers of the public services, because once these industrial actions are activated, then employees tend to go and shut down the services. So those are some of the things that you need to manage as and when you deal with the process. Thank you, DG.
Thank you, Marumo. Just Chair's 3 quick comments from my side. The one Marumo covered, but it's worth emphasizing. The average growth in inflation over the next 3 years is 4.2%. The average growth in the budget, irrespective of how you measure it, is higher than that. So by that definition, which is the one the honourable member used, it's not an austerity budget. There are some items that grow faster than inflation. The fastest growing item is infrastructure at 11.1%, and there are some that grow slower than inflation. But on average, the budget grows faster than inflation. And I think that's an important point to make. Social grants are increased by inflation. There was a question related there, which I think is worth clarifying. What was under discussion is the increase beyond inflation, which is now only being implemented for 1 year. There were a few questions around expenditure reviews. We have historical spending reviews, and we've embarked on a new wave of them. Some of the new spending reviews are complete, like the work on active labour market programs and public employment, and that we will be tabling to Cabinet and elsewhere soon. And some of it has just started, the work around conditional grants review in infrastructure and the ghost worker audit. We intend to take this work and make it part of the budget process and embed it there. And of course, the committee should, when it engages with us on a quarterly basis, ask us about the outcomes there. We are starting with national and provincial departments for the ghost worker audit, because that's the area where we have the best data. So we are, in effect, piloting the work there, but nothing stops us from extending it to entities as we gather that data. But that's going to be a little bit more difficult an exercise, because now we are moving beyond personnel, which is where all the data on personnel sits, to individual data sets. And then just two more comments from my side. The one is, where does the accountability for metro services reform sit? That sits on the Treasury vote. So again, when we come for our quarterly reporting, along with SARS, we can certainly report on those issues. And then finally, I think Chris covered the issue of prescribed assets, but just to say to the honourable member, what we've done is, in December last year, we took the BFI window 8, those 14 projects, to the financial sector, and we said, are you willing to fund some of these on a bilateral basis? And we received an overwhelming response from many different financial institutions, voluntarily coming forward with a range of different structures, proposals, and so on. And that tells us that there's significant appetite from the financial sector to fund infrastructure, and we'll be doing that going forward with all of our BFI windows. Thank you, Honourable Chairs.
Thank you. Over to you, Commissioner.
Thank you, chairs and members. Let me just make an overall comment first, that the current revenue projection that's in the budget review of 1.856 or 1.86, 1.986 does not include the current projection of revenue that will be derived from the focused debt recovery project. And the minister has indicated that over the next 6 months, as he builds confidence, it will provide him the opportunity to consider how much of that he would like to include, both in the in-year but also the outer-year budgets. So I just wanted to make that clear. But having said that, then let me just talk about the debt project, and then also go to cover some of the other questions that members have asked. On the debt project, I just remind members that in the previous year, we had been given a ring-fenced allocation to focus on revenue recovery. Some of that we applied very specifically to debt recovery, spent just over 300 million in the last financial year and that yielded, we were able to employ just short of about 760 additional employees on a project basis, train them up and get them to use our systems, and they delivered just short of 25 billion rand. That was included in the revenue outcomes of last year. Obviously, it was the first year we did that, so we were able to fine-tune and learn lessons from that. And so the case we made is, if that is retained in our base and the minister adds another billion to that, we can step up that project. And that's where we are saying that we will employ over the year a further 1,700. And let me just say, it's tough to find the people. We've already employed 500. Use the month of April and early May to train them, to induct them, to get them going, and they will now start collecting debt. And in addition to that, next week, or the 1st of June, we will bring in a further 250 and continue to ramp that up. And we will have undertaken that we will report more regularly, specifically on our debt, because Parliament should hold us accountable for the commitment we've made. Our commitment is that we expect to yield at least 20 billion rand from that project, but our aspiration is to go much closer to 50 billion as far as that's concerned. So you should see next year a significant step up ahead of inflation just on the debt recovery. I think also confirms our view that revenue administration is integral to the fiscal integrity of South Africa and should not be taken for granted. So that deals with debt. To the taxpayer in Bethel, but to many others who have the same question, I just want to remind everyone that when contributions to pension funds are made on a monthly basis from income or salaries or wages, the contribution or the portion that is goes to the pension fund is not taxed. Only the amount that is after the tax amount has been deducted is then subject to tax. What that means is that in the future, when that amount is withdrawn, either as the two-pot system indicated as a separate withdrawal, or through a monthly pension once someone retires, that amount is then taxed. The idea being that that deferred tax doesn't place an unnecessary burden for people who are working by taxing money that they don't have. But also in the future, most people will earn at a lower rate and would have the benefit of commensurately lower tax level from the pension amount. So there is a deferred tax on earnings that typically could be taxed at a lower rate. And so that's just hopefully the answer for the pensioner in Bethel, but for many others who have asked the same. On the SARS compliance program, I want to just zoom out and talk about the need for the modernization of SARS, because that's very integral to the quality, the efficiency, and the effectiveness of our compliance program. So what is our compliance program? Our compliance program, a significant amount of that is the work that SARS performs through auditors, through investigators, through debt collectors, to follow up not only service-related issues, but also non-compliance-related issues. And cumulatively, that work yields additional revenue, which, if not done, will not be collected. So last year, we reported that that contribution of the work of SARS added just over 304 billion rand into the 1855 that was reported. And before I get to the detail thereof, let me exemplify one area of that work. We employ within SARS 1,100 auditors across our various divisions. The one is general audits, another would be customs audits, a third would be criminal syndicate networks that are audited, large business, as well as wealthy individuals. So that's how we distribute. And it ranges from a standard audit, which can be done on a desktop, to very complicated audits that takes more time. The 1,100 auditors last year concluded 14,000 audits. And it's also the work that raises additional assessments and then creates debt on our debt book, which then must be recovered. Some of that is disputed, but even the ones that's not disputed requires intensive work and often complex work, first to prove that there is a debt, and then secondly to recover the debt. And SARS has a range of instruments, from a friendly nudge, maybe an SMS or a letter, and then increasingly it will employ a civil judgment. It will appoint a third-party debt collecting agency like a bank, or even other third-party agents. And then it will go into more higher enforcement levels of attaching assets and freezing bank accounts to protect flight risk. And so those are the kind of work that results from the work. Now, that work, as I said, requires our systems to be modernized. When we come to Parliament to present our strategic plan, we will share with you that we have identified 8 very specific modernization initiatives, work streams, which currently is not funded. The one is an investment in our people to prepare them to work in an age of artificial intelligence, in addition to upskilling our people in terms of complex technical investigative work. Another is work that we are currently doing, partially funded, which is the digital identity that we are working with Home Affairs and others across government, because we believe that has a whole of government benefit if every citizen, every entity has a unique identifier and can be seen in the system. Then there is within SARS the ability to create a more modernized case management system, enhancing that with comprehensive management of a taxpayer account, a greater use of data science and AI to enhance our compliance risk modeling, working with the Reserve Bank on the instant payment system, a very focused need to invest in our VAT administration system, because VAT is subject to significant abuse, and the modernization of our case management system.
I'm going to request that you try to summarize towards a conclusion, because I
I just want to make a few more points, Chair.
Yes, I'm just saying, just try to be brief and summarize, because you'll end up addressing no seats. I see some of the members and even officials are leaving.
So let me just quickly say the benefit of modernization is very clearly seen. Last year, because of the focus on payment and filing, we increased our voluntary compliance index by 3.5 percentage points. Our investment has been biased towards pay as you earn, and our pay as you earn voluntary compliance index is up at 76%. So it just makes the case that it should be invested in. There are lots of detail that I want to share one more business case and just hand over to DC Makubu to talk about SACU and customs. But I think it's helpful to understand how do we use data science and AI. The first, I'll share with you 3 things we do. The first is to improve our ability to risk profile everyone in the tax space and eventually everyone in the economy. The second is it helps us to select the cases that I have referred to early on, so that there's no subjectivity over cases we don't target anyone. It is objectively determined by the work we do. The third is the assessment of cases. And for example, last year, we disintermediated the need for 5 million taxpayers to submit a return. We assessed them using only data and AI. And those who did submit a return, we use AI and produce an assessment in under 5 seconds. Those are world-class achievements by using data science. And then fraud risk detection. Last year, we prevented the impermissible outflow of refunds of over 100 billion rand. And so you can see the value of the deployment of data science and AI. But let me hand over to DC Makubu just to talk very quickly on SACU and customs. Thank you, Chair.
Greetings to the co-chairs and to the members. Maybe 3 things quickly. We are indeed focusing on the taxi industry. I must state that in terms of indirect taxes, the taxi industry in terms of fuel levy, as well as VAT, as they interact in the value chain, there is contribution. We worried about pay as you earn and corporate income tax, and we are working with the Department of Transport to exchange information to try and drive compliance in that particular environment. Churches, we have started work cumulatively over the last 5 years. We've formulated around 105 in-depth audits to look at religious entities, and we've raised around 600 million rand in assessments. So it's an area that we continue to focus in. To the question that was raised earlier, we are tapping into the work that was done in the registration of spaza shops to really understand from the municipalities that took the registrations in, and then take a posture that says we need to enable compliance before we can go into enforcement. Because I think, as Commissioner said, there's a fine balance between providing the service and enforcing, and we need to make sure that we enforce. I mean, unions generally all over the world have got certain benefits within the union, talking to SACU, such that if you're within the union and you're trading within the union, there are certain duties that are not applicable. And when there are things that are coming outside the union, the duties would apply. And therefore, it becomes very important when you start thinking about revenue sharing formulae, that you start to understand the implications and the potentially retaliatory approaches that could be taken within the union, which could be detrimental. So I think it's a broader concept that is involving a number of other parties that would have to be looked into as we move forward. From a customs point of view, to the co-chair, I think we continue to look at customs from a modernization point of view. Yes, we get money. Yes, we get people, but processes need to be efficient and effective. We are looking, for instance, at how we modernize e-commerce and the flows of e-commerce. You'd have heard that we have adopted a simple declaration as guided by the WCO. And we are talking to other African states. Last week, we were with Eastern and Southern African regional body of WCO, talking about how do we heighten focus on e-commerce as it has heightened in the last 5 years. So we're modernizing that space. We are trying to make sure that our ports and our borders are smart, introducing such things as non-intrusive technology, scanning technology, number plate recognition systems, so that the time spent at the port can be reduced and therefore facilitate trade. We're one of the few African countries that have introduced a WTO-supported trade facilitation index that allows us to find where the gaps are as we facilitate trade and therefore attend to them. The latest measure is around 75%. Average in the African continent is 58. Best practice is 83. And we are trying to move closer to that 83. So we continue to adopt a culture of continuous improvement in our trade facilitation as we move forward. We could say more, but I'll pause there. Thank you.
Thanks, Johnson. Chair, then just to wrap up, to say that we are woefully inadequate in our attempt to deal with illicit crime and trade flows. We have about, in syndicated crime, we have 250 staff. We could increase that to 1,000 staff to be more effective in terms of that. If we had, you spoke about non-compliance in the informal sector. If I had 400 excise officers, we could go and visit these spaza shops and garages and stuff that sell illicit cigarettes and other products. We just don't have the capacity to do that. And so I would like to say we are literally scratching the surface. And then, of course, we also depend on the other enforcement agencies to finally bring people to book. Thank you. I know we haven't covered everything, but I'll pause there for now.
More engagements will take place during our interactions with committees. Honorable Deputy Minister Masondo.
No, thanks, Chair. Just 2 points. The first one is the one that you just made now, that will engage more in committees on all those issues that have been raised. The second point is, I think the extent to which this budget is pro-poor, pro-growth, should not only be measured by the revenue measures that we are undertaking to generate revenue. And I think Chris, the DDG for tax and financial policy has clearly indicated that, look, some of the measures, yes, they are quite problematic. Fuel levy is just one example. But I want to persuade members that we shouldn't judge this budget on whether it's pro-growth, pro-poor, just on one tax measure. I think we need to look, in my view, at the budget in totality. And in looking at the budget in totality, we need to say, the revenue that we're generating, what are we using it for? We're increasing expenditure, real expenditure over 3 years by 0.8%, social grants, 60%. We're not cutting budgets. Money is going to PRASA. We're hiring doctors and health professionals in hospitals. And all these interventions, these expenditure lines are pro-poor. And I think the point that Honorable Bedman made, that we should not just pride ourselves that we're spending, and forget that it's important for us to grow the economy, because we can only sustain this expenditure lines if we grow our economy. The second point is maintaining our debt at sustainable level. It's in the interest of the poor. It's in the interest of economic growth. We show in the budget that because of our debt stock, which is around 6 trillion, we're spending 426 billion rand on debt service cost. And that affects different expenditure lines that are affecting the poor. So keeping our debt, that 426 billion rand, if the debt stock was not at this level, that money should be going to very important services, including education, health, and service delivery at municipal level. And again, keeping our debt at sustainable level is important, because if our credit worthiness is low, we pay a premium, not only for raising money in the capital market, but also businesses that go around and raise money in JSE and everywhere, they are charged a premium. So, and I think the way we are seeking to keep our debt at sustainable level is what we call the primary budget surplus, making sure that our revenue is higher than our expenditure. And in that way, we reduce the need for us to go out in the market to borrow more money, which has implication on the debt service costs, which are already, in the next 3 years, we'll be spending more than 1 trillion just on debt service costs, almost the same amount that we'll be spending on infrastructure. So all I want to say, and I think the issue around the expenditure, the quality of the expenditure, which Honorable Buke has raised and others, we'll have to look at that through spending reviews to make sure that it's not enough just to raise revenue. We need to be looking at how we're spending that money in the context of making sure that there are efficiencies in our spending. And I think the issue around the timelines on the spending reviews and making sure that they are enforceable, it's something that we will have to go back and do. But all I was saying is that this budget, in our view, is pro-poor and is pro-growth. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. Honorable Minister, your closing remarks and responses if you have.
Yeah, quick issues, Honorable Chair. The first thing we want to place on record, I can see you are recording. We want to place on record that we did receive submissions from the EFF. And we asked the court, even myself took the trouble of calling the EFF for a meeting to engage. We didn't engage. It can't be right that before this committee, they said we didn't consult. The second point I want to make is that the budget is a policy statement of cabinet, not of the Director General of National Treasury. I submit a policy statement to cabinet and for endorsement. And therefore, to suggest that people are taking Director General of National Treasury is unfair. I take that responsibility. The third point I want to make is in relation to fuel levy. Colleagues must understand, some are saying, whose proposal was it, as if we're messengers of somebody else. The budget in its totality is developed by National Treasury under my guidance in terms of policy direction. We take it to cabinet, and cabinet make a proposition. This is a cabinet proposition. But the key point we must take as there is, now that we're for the possibility to amend budget, we must understand there's a policy trade-offs and the responsibility associated with amending budget. It's going to be required that we stick to the policy trade-offs. One minor point, people saying this is a cut. There's no cut in this budget. We were increasing budget, but we're not increasing by the same amount we wanted to increase with. And that is an important point as I step off 3 bullet points, just as I step off, because we don't have time. There's this all of this restructuring that's taking active labor market policies and other things that we intend submitting a document to cabinet by September. On inflation targeting, there's a standing committee between ourselves and the Reserve Bank. Once that committee make a recommendation and is approved, we'll make the appropriate pronouncement at the time. Insofar as there's a white paper for municipalities which Minister Tlhabisa is piloting, and that will push a restructuring of municipalities, which may influence the equitable share of municipalities. For colleagues that were raising the issue of municipalities, that debate is taking place in government. Lastly, on the defense force, we're interacting with the defense force, not only in terms of the amount and so on, but how do we restructure the defense force into such a matter that it becomes an agile defense force of the modern days? What is the ratio? The ratio is 30 goods and services, 40 personnel, 30 equipment. And we're rejuvenizing the defense force. That's the debate we're having. I've tried to summarize as quickly, I may not have been yet, to summarize as quickly as I can, because I know, Chairperson, you're running out of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Colleagues, I will not take any round of hands. We agreed from the beginning that if we finish before 2 o'clock, and I see some of the members and colleagues have already packed their bags. At the end of the day, we'll have officials from both National Treasury addressing seats that are empty. But I'm going to request that any follow-up, kindly put it down, write it to either the DG or the Commissioner, and they'll have to respond to you in writing. Colleagues, one announcement. Next week, Tuesday, the 27th, our meeting with the PBO and FFC will start at 10 o'clock and it will end at 2 o'clock to give space to members of the National Assembly to attend their sitting at 2, and the meeting will be fully virtual. The meeting stand adjourned.
Sorry, Chair. Chair, I have identified 5 questions that I have asked that have not been answered at all.
Kindly, through me, kindly jot down those that are not responded, and I'll make sure that you get responses.